Okay, it's 10 o'clock and I'd like to go ahead and get started. We have a lot to get through today. So thank you everybody for coming and dialing in to today's 13th and final Transit Transformation Task Force meeting. I'm Chad Edison, Chief Deputy Secretary of Rail and Transit at the California State Transportation Agency and Chair of this task force. There will be an opportunity for public comment after the opening presentations and during each agenda item. As a reminder to the task force and for those making public comment, please introduce yourself, name and organization every time you make a remark so that the public and those participating remotely know who's speaking. To the task force, when you wish to speak, please raise your name tent as you have previously done, and we'll try to call on you in the order that you do that. Raise it into an upward position. And we will next play a short video from the state's Transportation Secretary, Tokes Omashakhan, and then after that, have some remarks from Undersecretary James Hacker. So let's go ahead and oh, and finally, before we do that, just a reminder that the public comments that are sent into the SB 125 inbox are posted under the SB 125 website under public comments. And then additional public comment received after the online posting deadline is also available in the chat. And so we'll go ahead and have this video from our Secretary, Tokes Omashakhan.
Good morning, Transit Transformation Task Force members. You know, there isn't a more fitting way to start out our final meeting together than to just say thank you. So today, I express deep gratitude and appreciation to all of you for the nearly 2 years of impactful work and time you've invested in California. You're truly public service exemplified. What a pleasure it's been to see so many knowledgeable, impassioned, and selfless folks come together to enhance the quality of life for people. We recognize that your contributions required a lot from you. Though not always easy or convenient, you made it happen and delivered on this great opportunity to make a difference for our state. This undertaking could have only worked as part of a passion project that sits within all of you, a true labor of love that paved the way to this very final report. This report was made possible with the culmination of many moving parts. Your dedication, 13 meetings, more than 100 subject matter expert interviews, and incorporation of 5 principles to transform transit, just to name a few. This report is not just a critical document, but hard evidence of your commitment to the people of California. Your efforts these past 2 years have played a key role in helping to elevate public transportation, not only as a solution to meeting the state's climate goals, but also as a catalyst for reimagining how Californians live and how we move and how we connect. As those of us in the industry know, transit is more than just a way to get from place to place. It's a vital component in California's vision for a more equitable, prosperous, and environmentally sustainable future. And even more great transit news, the recent extension of Cap and Invest provides some hefty funding. $1 billion for high-speed rail per year through the year 2045. That's a guaranteed $1 billion over the next 20 years for the critical high-speed rail project. Also, $400 million for the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program, also known as TRCP, and $200 million for the Low Carbon Transit Operations Program, also known as LCTOP. What a path we're all on. Thank you again for all you have done and continue to do for California. And though we will never get to know every single story behind the countless Californians for whom your work is impacted, I want to remind you that the impact will certainly ripple for generations to come. Again, I'm very grateful for your service, and so is the leadership of the state, Governor Newsom and the state legislature. Thank you for everything you've done. We're truly, truly appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to that. And now I'd like to welcome James Hacker to make some opening remarks.
Good morning. Thank you everybody for being here. For those of you I don't know, I'm James Hacker, Undersecretary at CalSTA, and want to echo the Secretary and echo Chad and just say thank you all for being here today for the final task force meeting. I also want to echo some of the Secretary's talking points. I don't know who stole whose talking points. I think I get to, he gets to say he stole mine. But just want to sort of echo some of the work that was done here. 25 dedicated members from agencies, from academia, from regional bodies, from labor, 13 full task force meetings over the last 22 months, more than 100 stakeholders and experts interviewed, just an enormous amount of work that you all have done over the last 2 years. And so thank you for all that. Just to bring us back sort of to first principles, when we kick this off, there were 5 principles that are guiding our work. First, transit must be operationally and financially sustainable. We can't build ourselves on a shaky foundation. We need to build our systems so that they're resilient and last in the long run. Safety is fundamental. Riders and operators deserve to feel safe every trip, every time. Transit must be fast, reliable, connected, and convenient. Time is valuable, and we should respect our riders' time, but also that is what's going to make our systems attractive riders and give us the ridership and the support that we need to be and to stay resilient and sustainable. And last, transit must be accessible and easy to use for all. Equitable access isn't optional, it's essential. And high quality transit supports complete and thriving communities. This isn't just how we get around, it's about how and where we live our lives. So in terms of what comes next, this is the final task force meeting. We'll be discussing and voting on the final tranche of recommendations that will then lead us to put together our final report. While this report is sort of the final report of the task force, I think from our perspective, this isn't an endpoint, it's a launching pad. We're putting these ideas down on paper and then putting that paper out into the world. And now the question is, how do we move from recommendations to real results? How do we turn these recommendations into policy changes, into legislation, and how do we make them become real in the outside world? And as we do that, we'll need the same level of collaboration and cooperation that you all have shown here in these rooms over the last 22 months to get us there. I want to echo the Secretary again and highlight a timely development that gives real weight to what we've done here, which is the extension of Capita Invest through 2045. The extension of Capita Invest reaffirmed the administration and the state's commitment, long-term commitment to sustainable, equitable, and resilient transit funding, which means stable and recurrent funding for the very priorities that we're discussing here in this room today. In California, there's been a lot of conversation both in the state and nationwide about sort of the state of transit and what we do with transit. Here in California, we've set ambitious goals, but we haven't stopped there. We've backed that with real reform and with real funding to help us get there. And I think for the folks who were involved in those conversations, you guys know what a big lift and how much effort went into that extension and the various pieces of it that tie to transit. So thank you for all your work on that. Just to sort of echo my earlier point, while this task force is a starting point and not the finish line, for several of the proposals that are included here and several of the priorities that I know have been a major focus of conversation, we've done important work to sort of lay out priority and direction here. And by finishing this report and laying out those priorities, we're now giving others and the folks who are out there who are going to need to make it real, sort of direction and something to build off of. And so, again, we finished the report here, but this is going to turn into extended and I think very complicated and difficult conversations in the coming years to sort of help us keep making progress on these issues. There's a lot of work still to be done. And while this task force helped clarify those options going forward, and the Capita Invest extension provided additional sustainable and reliable funding for transit, continuing economic, political, and federal headwinds are continuing to gather around the state. That's going to complicate our work in the years going forward and is going to make our job that much harder. And so we're going to need the collaboration and the cooperation that we've shown in here to continue. And so just want to close on that and just say, extending my deepest thanks for all the work that you all have done, our deepest thanks for all of the attention you all have paid and all of the sort of the good faith conversations that we've had. We're going to need those to continue, like I said. But thank you for all your excellent work. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, James. Appreciate that very much. We will now go to public comment, and after that, we'll take our roll call on to establish our quorum and to discuss the meeting minutes. So first, let's go ahead and have public comment. Mike, would you like to lead us?
Great. Thank you. Would anyone in the room like to make a public comment? Seeing no one in the room, Rachel, do you have anyone on Zoom that would like to make a public comment?
Yes, and for those on the Zoom call, please use the raise your hand feature to make a public comment, and I'll call on you in the order of raised hands. We currently have 2 raised hands. The first public comment is Adriana. As a reminder, you have 2 minutes. Rachel. Okay.
Hi, everybody. My name is Adriana Rizzo. I'm here on behalf of Californians for Electric Rail. I think there's a lot of great recommendations in the draft report, but there's several things that are missing that I'd really like to see in the final. The biggest one is a specific source for new state operating revenue. Transit agencies around the state have been lurching from crisis to crisis with the fiscal cliff always on the horizon, and California provides much less state operations support than other states. This is also leading to transit service that does not meet our population growth. Like where I live in the Inland Empire, we've seen our population grow since the pandemic, but we actually have less transit service because they haven't fully reinstated COVID era service cuts, and our operations funding is like the biggest thing to improve transit in the region. So this really needs to be a priority for the task force, is identifying how we are going to fund more transit operations. The second thing is recommendations for multi-year investment frameworks for capital funding, as well as later investment at advanced design. The former was recommended by task. There's a motion last meeting to include that, but it still has not made it into the final report. These are really important reforms for keeping capital project costs down, preventing third-party exactions, and ensuring that just making planning much more reliable, all of which leads to lower cost and faster timelines to deliver results that Californians expect. Finally, I'd like to see stronger recommendations for fare and schedule integration. This is a really important
seconds
on the rider
remaining.
side and will have immediate impact. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Carl. As a reminder, you have 2 minutes, and I'll unmute you now.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me. This is Carl Sidorek, task force member. Unfortunately, the commute gods were not in my favor this morning, and I aborted my trip when it was going to take me way too long to get there. I just wanted to express my thanks for being on this committee and having the input and that we've had, and we'll be commenting throughout the meeting as I can on the various items. Just want to let you know I was all here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Adina. I'll unmute you now.
Yes, Dina Levin with Seamless Bay Area wanted to echo the previous comment from Adriana Rizzo, especially about the operating funding. One of the key elements in the charge of Senate Bill 125 to the task force is funding with the goal of having the transit and rail system in California to be able to achieve the state's goals for climate, as well as goals on housing and other goals of the state. And without a robust set of recommendations about operating funding, where data presented to this task force showed that California chronically underfunds transit operations compared to other states with major transit systems, like this, the task force will fall short in meeting the goals of the legislature. This is a point that has been made by multiple task force members as well as members of the public consistently. And I think it's really critically important to have this task force come up with, it might not be possible to come up with a set of specific recommendations definitively, but a menu of options that are also large enough to deal with the need. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Mark. I'll unmute you now.
Good morning, task force members. My name is Mark Vuksovich, Director of State Policy for Streets for All. I wanted to echo the comments of some of the previous speakers, specifically around operations funding and fare and systems integrations, and to sort of reiterate the point of Adina Levin from Seamless Bay Area. The name of this task force is the Transit Transformation Task Force. The recommendations out of this task force are meant to be transformative for our transportation system. And I think to not have recommendations around these two areas, or not have strong recommendations around these two areas, I think would be leaving policy areas on the table that were highly intended to be addressed by the legislature when they passed SB 125. I'll note that Mr. Hacker's comments started out with wanting dedicated, referencing the need for dedicated funding for transit. And so I hope that we can see that in the final recommendations. And then that's my strong push to you all as task force members. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Andrew. I'll unmute you now.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Hernandez, and I'm not a part of any organization. The task force previously passed recommendation B2, which extended the SB 922 CEQA exemptions for transit prioritization projects and some lane conversions. The transit prioritization projects, as defined by SB 922, do not include light rail or heavy rail. CEQA litigation is often used to delay and run up costs for transit projects. Not only does this harm transit projects, but it wastes taxpayer dollars. I urge you to expand the CEQA exemptions to cover all rail projects that are within the boundaries of an urbanized area or urban cluster as designated by the U.S. Census Bureau. Let's stop wasting money by leaving transit projects open to these CEQA lawsuits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comment on Zoom. I'll hand it back to Mike.
Thank you, Rachel. We're ready to proceed.
Mike, can you please call the roll to establish quorum? And then after that, we'll handle the minutes.
Yes, I will. I will call your name, your last name, and if you could tell me if you are here in the room, present in the room. Ajise.
Here.
Barnes.
Present.
Bockelman.
Here.
Cooney.
Here.
Edison.
Here.
Flournoy. Absent. Griffiths.
Here.
Hance.
Here.
Lindsay. Absent. Lipman. Here. Here. Matute.
Here.
Miller. Moluna.
Here.
Murphy. Pageant Seekins.
Here.
Pimentel.
Here.
Powers.
Here.
Stork. Absent. Swarsa.
Here.
Polkoff.
Here.
Turner.
Here.
Watkins.
Here.
Watts. White.
Here.
Wonderman. Absent. We have a quorum.
Thank you. At this point, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the meeting 12 meeting minutes. Also, I will note that the final set of meeting minutes for this meeting will be prepared and finalized by staff, and we're recommending that be without a vote from the task force, as this is the last scheduled meeting. The meeting minutes will be posted on the Cal STA SB 125 website, as is the recording of this meeting for the public to also review. So I'd like to ask for a motion to.
Sharon Cooney, motion.
Second.
Second by Ajise. Mike, can you please call the vote?
Yes. Just to confirm, Cooney made the motion and who seconded?
Ajise.
Thank you. Ajise. Yes.
Aye.
Barnes.
Aye.
Bockelman.
Aye.
Cooney.
Aye.
Edison.
Aye.
Griffiths.
Aye.
Hance.
Yes.
Lippman.
Yes.
Matute. Yes. Miller. Moluna.
Yes.
Murphy. Pageant Seekins.
Yes.
Pimentel. Aye. Powers.
Yes.
Swarsa. Aye. Tolkoff.
Yes.
Turner.
Yes.
Watkins.
Yes.
Watts.
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. We will now go on and I'll give a brief summary of the agenda, and then we'll get into the staff report on the report, the tranche 3 of the TTTF report. So our agenda today, going on from what we've already done, we will have a staff report on discussion and possible action on tranche 3. The main principle in this report is transit should be operationally and financially sustainable It includes detailed strategies and recommendations in Appendix B. We will have public comment and then discussion and possible action. Next, we will go through the staff report, discussion and possible action on service fare scheduling, mapping and wayfinding recommendations. We have two areas where we have not yet adopted some of these recommendations in category F1A, service and fare coordination or integration between transit agencies, and F1B, coordinated scheduling, mapping, and wayfinding between transit agencies. We'll have public comment, discussion, and possible action. We will then talk about tranches 1 and 2 that have been updated. Those sections of the report have been updated. We'll have comment, discussion, and possible action there. And then finally, we will adjourn the meeting. So at this point, I would like to hand it off to Hunter to go ahead and walk through the staff report. We will also plan to take a break for lunch once it arrives sometime around 12 or 12:30. So we will inform you as that gets closer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. Good news. This is one of the last times you'll have to hear me do this. So with that, let's go to the next slide and I'll give a quick summary of tranche 3 before we take public comments. Just to go on, what we were covering in tranche 3 in terms of recommendations is our fleet and asset management goals, strategies to address workforce recruitment, retention, and development, the various Transportation Development Act reforms that have been previously discussed, new options for revenue sources, oversight and reporting, and then finally capital construction costs and timelines. So those are the subject areas in tranche 3. Let's go to the next slide. For fleet and asset management, we had a number of strategies that were previously voted on. We additionally have one new recommendation that is coming back based on direction from the task force, and that is facilitating statewide coordination to address zero-emission vehicles and related technologies not in service due to lack of OEM support to render vehicles operational and ensure vehicles are not adequately maintained. That fits into the overall AA strategy around how we can help make the transition to zero-emission buses more affordable and effective. We have a number of other previously passed strategies through FF. Let's go to the next slide. We also have workforce recruitment, retention, and development. You can see the related strategies there. I will also note that strategy O was removed due to lack of consensus from the task force, and we're not bringing that back. So that will just conclude that. We'll have strategies N and P that have some state actions that we can take to be more effective with workforce retention, recruitment, and development. For reforming TDA, we have 3 strategies that were previously discussed and approved that were simplifying the reporting requirements for funding and increase the transparency for public. Strategy VV of improving the predictability of long-term funding, and strategy WW, which is aligning the objectives of the TDA. Going on to oversight and reporting, we have 2 strategies of simplifying granting and reducing the administrative burden and associated recommendations that were previously passed. And then finally, our last discussion from the last meeting, strategies XX and YY related to capital construction costs and timelines. And we've incorporated the feedback that we received during that meeting on that topic into what is reflected in your packet. Finally, our new recommendations, I know this has been a long time coming, strategies, new options for revenue sources. So strategy W, reprogram and refocus existing revenues. We have strategies W1 through W4. Let me run through those real quick. Our first one, again, and this is tied into those TDA recommendations that were previously passed, is encouraging regions to look into their existing LTF and SDA allocations and identify opportunities where they can support transit operations and service, also with the corresponding flexibility. W2, and this is a pretty important one, explicitly align the definitions of capitalized maintenance between federal and TDA programs so that regions can better support operations within the TDA framework for SDA and LTF. This gives more flexibility to the regions to spend on what they need based on using the federal definition where maintenance becomes a capital project. W3 would be allowing additional flexibility of local option sales taxes to support transit operations, especially with older local option sales tax, by allowing regions to reprogram revenues to support transit services when in alignment with state and regional priorities, especially for older local option sales taxes. W4 is identify opportunities to reprogram FHWA formula programs as for regions to reprogram FHWA formula for transit uses as allowable under federal law. Consider opportunities to temporarily support regions that program FHWA formula funds to FTA for transit purposes for a limited duration by matching with the state share dollars to help eliminate a backlog in spending FHWA formula dollars. So a lot of financial engineering in that. If you take a look at your Appendix B, there's some more detailed, under W4, there's some more detailed explanation there. But helping states that choose to flex. There's also in your report, sorry, not states, in regions that choose to flex, looking at the state share side to help support that and move us to more fully obligated balance and supporting transit operations. Strategy X, support local communities in raising revenues. And this is considering additional flexibility for transit agencies or advocates to place measures on the ballots by allowing transit agencies and advocates to have authority to directly place measures on the ballots for their service areas, similar to how cities can place sales taxes. Cities, county CTCs, and counties can place sales tax on the ballot without enabling legislation. This is a recommendation that the legislature consider granting that authority directly to transit agencies, which would allow them to potentially get a more favorable electorate or allow them to directly raise revenue in their service area. And advocate, it's in there. Strategy Y, generate new revenue through value capture. This would be, so strategy Y1, giving transit and other government agencies the ability to sell air rights or other development incentives to create opportunities above and near transit agencies and allow that to, by transit stations and facilities to generate additional revenue via sale and or joint investment. Y2 is explore opportunities to allocate revenue from managed lanes in our most congestion regions to expand transit service, also giving translators reliable alternatives to driving alone. And then Y3, and this is tied to other previous recommendations, is updating increment financing tools to make it easier for transit agencies to capture value and establish districts with a specific focus on removing the number of bodies and votes that are needed to approve the creation of any sort of TIF district in the state. It's based on a lot of subject matter expert interviews and other reports on EFIDs and NIFTs and the other tools. And then finally, strategy Z, create new revenue through efficiencies and higher ridership service offerings. Z1, which would allow agencies to retain state grant funding if projects come in under budget as an incentive within the same program without recompeting for those discretionary programs. And then Z2, which is allow agencies to borrow against future STA and LTF or other state share revenues for projects that will improve efficiencies and lower operating costs with a defined return in investment. So a whole bunch of options. I also want to highlight, we received some additional recommendations from Task Force member Paget Seekins. I will let them introduce it as when we go to discussion, but just to have it up on the board and in the presentation. Those are: the legislature should consider multiple new revenue sources for transit operations in order to increase levels of transit service. And the second potential recommendation, which is legislation creating a road charge or per mileage charge for electric vehicles or to replace fuel taxes, should include allowing transit operations as an eligible expense for funds raised from both passenger and commercial vehicles. With that, I will conclude our quick presentation on tranche 3, and I will turn it over to Mike for public comments.
Thank you, Hunter. Would anyone in the room like to make a public comment? Seeing none. Rachel, do you have anyone on Zoom that would like to make a public comment?
Yes, we have one raised hand. I'll unmute Mariana now. Just a reminder, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
You could be a little bit louder.
Okay, here, let me try to get my mic closer.
That's perfect.
Okay, perfect. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Mariana. I work at Strategic Actions for a Just Economy based in South Central LA. I ride the bus and the rail for some daily trips as well as work, and I'm calling to support the need for alternatives to the fare box recovery ratio. Specifically looking at LA, it has a huge ridership population of working class families of color, and in spite of being one of the largest transit systems in the US, LA Metro has a pretty low fare box recovery ratio compared to other agencies with comparable ridership. So if we look at fiscal year 2023, it came in at just 4.3%. However, we have seen an increase in ridership since 2022. Multiple new rail lines open. So we see the K line now. We just saw the new expansion into Pomona, I think like 2 weeks ago. So it's been really increasing access to a lot of different parts of the city. So we really do just want to highlight the need that public transportation is a lifeline for a lot of working class Angelenos. And we believe that alternatives to the fare box recovery ratio would really help to accurately reflect LA's improvements and growth of public transportation in the last couple years. Also considering the rising cost of living, many families are struggling to pay for housing and transportation, and removing this, or at least just starting to look into different alternatives to ensure that funding can really be accurately reflected in the system's growth would be really beneficial to its ridership here in LA. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Adina. I'll unmute you now.
Okay, yes. So in addition to supporting the previous comment, I wanted to add some nuance to the comments that I made up at the top about the funding sources. First of all, as was mentioned, in the intro in the first meeting of this task force, service frequency is very directly correlated to ridership. And Seamless did some research a few years ago showing that, particularly in the Bay Area, we deliver about 50% less service per capita than some metros in Canada, with analogous land use mix of densities, and the outcome of delivering more service per capita is higher ridership. It's the service per capita and a connected system. The funding needs to be sufficient, which the recommendations currently listed are not, and also timely. So there are some good recommendations about value capture and real estate, and those are not able to deliver funding in the shortish to medium term time frame that the state needs to achieve its goals. So those things are a reasonable direction, but are not sufficient, because the timeline in which it would deliver funding is in the long term, and there needs to be funding sources that can be addressed, not necessarily in the immediate term. They may take a number of years to build up the political will to do, but at least in the medium term, they need to be able to deliver those ridership benefits that California needs. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 more public comments. Our next public comment is Carlos. I'll unmute you now.
Hello, can you hear me?
You could be a little louder.
Oh, sorry. Hello, my name is Carlos Gonzalez. I'm a member with Strategic Actions for a Just Economy. I'm also a transit rider and an organizer in South Los Angeles. I wanted to call in to urge you all to support for the need for alternatives to the fare box recovery ratio that my colleague Mariana was mentioning. LA Metro fare box recovery ratio is about 4%. Which can be funded through different alternatives, which this is why we have the task force. And yeah, that would protect our working class people who make up a majority of the transit ridership, especially with inflation and immigration on the rise. Our transit community struggles to pay for fares. And also connecting with families to programs is helpful, to fareless programs is helpful, but often families don't get the resources because of lack of outreach, and also they have so many other things going on that they lose their cards. And so eliminating the fares would help out our working class transit community. We believe that alternative to fare box recovery ratio would support in accurately reflecting Los Angeles improvements and growth. And so, yeah, thank you guys. And hopefully you guys can find a different alternative to the fare box recovery and find a better sustainable transit system for our riders. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Patricia. I'll unmute you now.
Hello, am I coming through okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Following on several of the previous comments, I would recommend that the fare box recovery ratio requirement simply be eliminated. I actually worked at MTC in the 1980s when it was first enacted, and we calculated that I was probably spending a quarter of my time figuring out how to get around it. And every time an agency has a problem meeting the requirement, there's a piece of legislation that changes the requirements. So it's a farce as well as a detriment. Just eliminate it. It doesn't solve any problem. It doesn't prove anything, and it is not it's not at all helpful. So please eliminate. Don't. Yes, alternatives may be worthwhile as efficiency metrics, but just eliminate the fare box recovery ratio altogether. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment on Zoom. I'll hand it back to Mike.
Thank you, Rachel. Public comment period is over for this part.
Thank you, Mike. So at this point, we're going to go to discussion of the staff report and in discussion of this overall principle that we've been talking about. I would like to propose a couple of structural ways to handle our discussion today to try to make this efficient. In front of us, we have a number of recommendations in the staff report, and I would like to think about those in two ways in terms of potential modifications. I'd first like to consider any of these recommendations that task force would like to have a discussion around trimming or eliminating. I would then like to look at a discussion on any of these that task force members would like to expand on or replace with a different one. And then I'd like to have, on the basis of those discussions, I'd like to then bring that group of recommendations back for a vote, if that makes sense. Following that, I'd like to also look at new recommendations to do things that go beyond what is in any of the recommendations that are in the staff report. And we will have a number of task force members have in the last few days come up with things that they would like to modify these recommendations with. Please raise those as we discuss these items. But if that, I'll take like clarification on my recommendation here, but I've been trying to think about how to move this efficiently through the discussion and to get these modified or replaced or eliminated in the manner that meets the desire of the task force here. And then get to a completion of this discussion so we can move on to other items on the agenda. I do expect this to take a while, so this is probably it's good that we're doing this early in the day in terms of getting through some of these recommendations. And again, if there's any questions about that kind of structural recommendation, I take them now. Yes, Laurel.
Laurel Hutchinson, Public Advocate. So we're in the section of the big heading of sustainable funding. And then were you proposing that we go through all of the subheadings at the same time of ones we wanted to potentially remove, or are you going to do it chunk by chunk of each of the section strategies?
Yeah, what I'm actually going to recommend is that maybe we take, that we take all the W through Z strategies as a whole and start walking through those. I'll probably do them in that kind of order that they're in the document, but I'd like to have a discussion about the entire group of funding recommendations in terms of those kind of trim or eliminate, enhance or replace. And then we'll also come back. We also have a strategy AA that we can separately talk about. That should be a fairly quick one to talk through. But when we get to the funding piece, we'll go through all of it as part of our kind of discussion and grouping of the recommendations. Yes, Laura Toko.
I think you may have answered it, but so after we go through that process for the recommendations, are we repeating that process for the strategies?
So we can, I mean, yeah, I think the structuring part, like how we group things and what we call the strategy can be done after we've completed the process of talking through the recommendations. I think if we've modified them, we might want to rewrite the strategy to match the modified approach. Mark?
Hi, just a quick question. Are there microphones around the room?
Yeah.
Well, I don't need it.
That right there.
I just, they're not using them over there. It's very hard to hear. So thank you.
Yeah, please turn on your microphone. There's a red light on it until you turn it on, then a screen. Anything else? Okay, so I'd actually like to give folks maybe 5 minutes here to like look at the staff recommendations and decide where you want to land on moving those into either trimming or expanding or keeping them as is. And we'll do the funding recommendations first. We'll come back at the end and do item AA after we've talked about the funding recommendations. So for 5 minutes here, let's just kind of all take a look at this to consider what we want to raise. Yeah, let's go ahead. I see there's some questions here. So Laurel, go ahead and then Kome if you want.
I have a question about like what happened to one of the past ones that got taken off, the like UU3, like which was require Caltrans and SCO to better monitor, collect, and publish information on usages of TDA funds within agencies. Like what happened to that one that was previously in? Oh, sorry. I was wondering what happened to UU3, which was previously, I think, in the TDA reform section, require Caltrans and SCO to better monitor, collect, and publish information on usages of TDA funds within agencies.
Laurel, we can look up that, but we're going to take a few minutes to find what happened with that. Thank you. Kome, did you have a question?
Well, I just want to get to your point. You want to start to walk through
Yes.
W, X, Y, and Z.
Yes.
And if I can just
Yeah,
start.
we can go ahead and start. I think I've given people 5 minutes roughly, so we can go ahead and get started. I just wanted to give people a chance to look at it and think about it, given that I was asking us to follow the structure. But Kome, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm going to throw this out and see what the rest of the group thinks. I'm looking at W and they look like, if I understand what our charge is, we need to come up with recommendations of things that we're not currently doing that we should be doing. And I look through W. I think for the most part, these are things that already are available to most, if not all regions. So it doesn't seem to me this is one you want to spend time on. If somebody else feels differently, then maybe they should speak up. But that would, for me, that would rationalize W for us. Then we can go to X and Y and Z.
Kate Miller next. Kate, go ahead.
I feel like there's a real critical piece missing here, and that is that, you know, we should encourage the state to advocate for new federal funding for transit and also to identify new funding at the state level for transit operations in particular. And that's not really stipulated in here anywhere.
Yeah, the federal one is something that isn't in here right now, I don't think. And then the
Where's the state one? I guess I'm missing it.
I thought we're gonna come back to that after we get through this one.
yeah, we can come back to what needs to be added later, but let's first talk about what's here.
All right.
And whether it either needs to be, first, whether it needs to be trimmed or eliminated, or whether, and then after that, we've had that discussion, whether the items here need to be expanded or replaced. And then we'll come back to new items that would be potential new either strategies or recommendations within strategies. Okay, so now I've got Alex Bachelman, followed by Sharon Cooney, and then Laurel Molina.
I think I'm saying the same thing as Kome, but I just want to make sure. I mean, I just, in W, I think a lot of these new strategies to me are just not addressing the transformation, obviously, that we all know we need. And the first most important point in the letter that all the Bay Area folks sent was expanded stable funding for transit is the highest priority. I know we're going to come back to that, but I just feel that some of these actually provide a sense that these are going to do something to help with transit funding, and they don't. So I don't support any of the W's. I'm happy to hear other people's thoughts on them. I probably don't support some of the others, but I'll just start there. So I would delete those.
Sharon, followed by Laurel.
Yeah, Sharon Cooney. I was also looking at a lot of those recommendations under W, and I felt like they all are things that we already are able to do, or maybe there's a lot of agencies that, for instance, don't have the ability to do a sales tax within their jurisdiction. I know there's legislation for that right now. And so, but I wouldn't mind supporting all the recommendations in W, but I would definitely not support them without adding another one. So that's why it's hard to have that conversation without having both.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the strategy W is focused on reprogramming and refocusing existing resources where there's others that are generating new revenue and so forth. So like within that strategy, I think the question is what in there should stay, what should not. There is one in here that we do not have currently because of accounting rules at the governed state funding. Item W2 is something that would be new. That is something that would basically allow state funding to be used on preventive maintenance the way you can use federal funding on preventive maintenance. So that is something that is not currently allowed under state law or accounting guidance. And so that's the one in here that it like couldn't explicitly be done without something changing in the state statutes as we understand it.
Well, but I think my point is that we're struggling because the one thing that we absolutely need to have in here first and foremost is what Laurel had put forward. The legislature should consider multiple new revenue sources for transit operations. And I would want to explicitly say, including doubling the sales tax for LTF. But otherwise, all the rest of these things is not going to get us to where we need to be.
So just a question here around strategies that I just want to kind of lay out. It sounds like what we're talking about in terms of raising additional revenues would fit in the category in a rewritten strategy like strategy X, which is right now says support local communities in raising revenues. We could have an expanded strategy that talks about how to raise revenues generally, like at other levels beyond local. like a statewide or federal, some of the things that you're talking about, that might be something that we talk about under that one. But I guess I would like to get a general read from the group on whether, you know, within these various strategies right now, we talk about reprogramming and refocusing. We talk about raising revenues right now at the local level. We talk about generating it through value capture, and we talk about revenues through efficiency and higher ridership service offerings. Those are right now like 4 distinct kind of strategies in the document. We can either add additional strategy or modify one of these as an approach that might address some of what you're discussing right now. Let's go on to, yeah, let's go into Laurel, Mo Luna, Michael Pimentel, Mark Watts, and then we'll come to Kome. Eli.
Thanks, Chad. I think that's a good idea. I think adding that in and under one of the other strategies is something that I'd like to hear more about. But going back to strategy W, so when we are saying reprogramming, that kind of throws me off because by reprogramming, we're assuming that funds have already been allocated to existing projects or programs. So we're just shifting funds that have already been allocated. And I agree with others too, like W1, encouraging regions to review existing programming. We already do that. Many regions already do that. But the two that kind of strikes me as I'm not quite understanding it fully. Well, actually, no, W2, I understand what I think the gist is there. But TDA funds are the most flexible of all the funds that we have. So aligning the definitions of capitalized maintenance between federal and TDA, TDA funds are already, and I presume that capitalized maintenance refers to like preventative maintenance as well. But TDA funds are already flexible. You can use it for preventative maintenance if needed. So I don't know that there's a real need there to align the definition with federal, because federal is more.
One of the issues there is how it hits your fare box recovery calculation right now, because those preventive maintenance and capital maintenance expenses are then treated by SCO as operating expenses.
As operating.
Right, which then in turn like affects the way you see this.
Okay, thank you for providing that context. That's
Just to add some additional clarification, obviously, this would become less of an issue if some of the TDA reform related recommendations on some of the TDA reform recommendations were to go forward, but we did want to provide, even if those do not move forward and whatever comes after this, wanted to make sure that by moving it into that, in the event that the fare box recovery stuff stays as is, this would be aligning with those federal rules would provide substantial additional flexibility inside that TDA stuff, inside those TDA revenues. But obviously we do touch on changing that as well as recommendations, but as everyone knows, you know, this report is an advisory report. It's not gonna immediately change things overnight.
okay. Thank you for that.
Designed to be, I don't want to say a backup, but work in concert.
Let's go to Michael Pimentel, then Mark Watts.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm sorry. One more
Sorry,
chat.
sorry.
Regarding W4, this is the one where I really have a question on, a big question mark is, I'm not I don't recall us discussing a backlog of FHWA formula funds, so I'm not sure where that's coming from or what. Yeah.
Yeah, so currently, I don't have the exact numbers front of hand, but the number of, we have a substantial unobligated balance as a state in some, and on some of the regional side projects for FHWA formula, which means the projects may be programmed but not obligated yet, and that creates essentially an open balance. Can provide some more information as well on what's available, but that's currently we have a substantial unobligated balance.
Okay, I think
Which means we don't maximize our August redistribution funding
Redistribution
the way
funds,
we
yeah.
could at a regional, based on the regional lack of obligation at the regional level to the amount that would allow us to claim more of that.
Okay, that's helpful. I think a little more context in the narrative regarding that would be helpful. Thank you.
Michael Pimentel with the California Transit Association. I think the one item I wanted to hone in on and perhaps explore a bit more fully is W3. And I raise that not because of concerned with the end goal of providing more investment in transit operations, but just generally the message that it sends to the public, the message it sends to voters when they pass local option sales taxes on exactly what those local option sales taxes are going to fund. And I think for me, for our association, we'd have some concern around suggesting that, you know, promises are made to voters upon the review and the approval of a measure is something that we as a state want to countenance that's potentially changing somewhere down the line. And I think it becomes particularly dangerous if we're talking about redirection from other modes. You know, folks make investments in road rehabilitation and maintenance, might be making investments in active transportation. If we're suggesting that some of those monies could be swept toward transit operations, we could see more skepticism towards such measures as they're moving forward. And I just want to, you know, highlight for the task force, as you all well know, many of the transit agencies are hanging their future on the passage of local option sales taxes. In some cases, those are transit specific. In others, it's a multimodal balance of investment. And I think I would be worried in suggesting to the voters through this document that, you know, there might be a sleight of hand that takes place somewhere in the future if there's a reevaluation of those programming decisions. And so I'll stop there.
Thank you. Let's go to Mark Watts and then Comey and then.
Thank you. I'll be very quick because Michael just did the speech I was going to give. So I echo what his concerns are. It's a bad message to send to voters. I've worked on sales taxes since 1984. So the key message has always been, and particularly in more recent years, promises made, promises kept. And if all of a sudden we're suggesting that we can change it by fiat, I think his point is well made. So thank you. I'll stop there.
Comey and then Eli.
Okay, I just want to get back to where I started looking at the W's 1 through 4. I think for the most part, these are things that are available to us, and to have it here would suggest that we're trying to do something new that's different, and that's why I would say maybe we eliminate all 4 of them. You know, they've already spoken. Both Michael and Mark have spoken to W3. Why that would be a bad idea to be messing with existing sales tax options. And Laurel spoke to 1 and 4. These are things that we already do, or we have capacity to do. There might be a need to maybe restate the intent in 4, for example, if we're looking at using up the obligated obligation authority that we have in the state. That's a whole different conversation. It's not necessarily reprogramming. We already have the capacity to redirect and reprogram to transit projects from the federal sources. So that's not a new get for us. And I just would hate that we put that in this context as if it is something new that we're trying to do for transit. We already can't do that in the programming process. And then of course, if we do eliminate the fare books recovery stance that we have right now, then maybe W2 is not necessary because TDA is already flexible enough to do that.
One quick comment about W4, just to make sure people aren't missing it. Part of this proposal is also to take some of the state share dollars if a region does this programming to be more aggressive at meeting its transit needs and recommends shifting some of the state share back into that region to backfill the things that were maybe where you move the money off something that wasn't ready to spend it yet onto transit operations, that some of the state share would then be made available to the region to backfill that.
Well,
And so
yeah,
that's part of the
would be-
recommendation.
I think that would be
W4.
novel. That would be something to state very clearly that we would be looking to move state share of federal funds to support a local agency or a region that's used up their capacity towards transit. That's not stated here. I think that
It is stated in the recommendation as written.
Oh, on the other side. Okay.
So we have Eli Littman, then Kate Miller, and right now it seems to like we're having a pretty robust discussion around W and X, and we might be able to decide what we want to do in that area, then move on to Y and Z, And then bring in new additional items as we do this. But like, it feels like most of our conversation so far has been around the W and X recommendations. So I'm just noting that. Eli, let's go with you. And then I think that's it for the names that are raised so far.
Yep. Thank you, Eli Littman, Move LA, Move California. I mean, I think what was brought up earlier about eliminating or reducing fare box recovery requirements kind of like streamlines a lot of this, or could streamline some of this, so it eliminates the need for some of it. I think that is just like I'm thinking of ways at this point to simplify. And I think also, you know, it aligns with what we discussed earlier on the unmet needs with TDA and elimination of that or reforming of that, aligning with this recommendation on W2, so that, you know, we're saying, you know, let's not use transportation operations eligible dollars for something else. I want to sort of second what Sharon mentioned about, you know, allowing an expansion of the sales tax, particularly for operations. I mean, we've just in the last 2 weeks talked with 6, well, I guess technically, how many is it in the Bay? 9 counties? Yeah, so 15 counties throughout California, representing, I think, at least more than half of the population that are actively planning ballot measures in 2026 on operations. So this becomes an issue of statewide concern where like the state should really think about this as a all-in effort and a all-state effort to message around the need for operations funding, where, you know, if you have more than half of the state population with counties already actively trying to put measures on the ballot, like we need to think about this in a much more coordinated way.
Kate, go ahead.
This is probably not going to be a universal supported comment, but you know, we have talked a little bit, or probably not enough, about flexibility to have funds that we can use for both operations and for capital, and not just related to LTF, STA, and TDA, but to expand that to other state transportation funds. And one of the things, and I think it's Article 19, which prohibits the use of STIP funds for rolling stock. So I think we should have an item that just says examine transportation fund sources to ensure maximum flexibility to both use them for transit and to use funds for both transit operations and the flexibility for using it for capital and operations. And I'm not sure that that's necessarily captured in any of this, and maybe that's considered new, but maybe, you know, something like, I don't know, one of these could be modified to include that.
So that would be something like expanding, directing somebody to identify statutory changes necessary to expand flexibility in the available state funding to be used for either operating or
Grant
capital,
additional
including things like the
flexibility,
STIP funding as an example of that. Right, constitutional
It is
also. Yes.
constitutional. And,
Right.
and like I said, I'm not sure that's going to be universally supported in this room, but it should be an option for the regions to decide rather than having it a statewide requirement.
So. So I would recommend here that we consider W and X. First, let's talk through those items that folks think should either be eliminated or modified and make some motions there. Then let's look at what we would add to or expand in this category. And have some motions there, and then we'll move on to Y and Z after that. So I would entertain first motions to change or eliminate items from W and X. So recommendations W1 through 4 and X1 are kind of on the table right now. Kome?
Just to get things going, let me attempt this. I would suggest we eliminate W1 through 4, and we maybe restate 4 to be clear on the transfer of state funds to support regions that would have used up their federal funding for transit, and be more clear about that. But the language that's in W1 through 4 can be an affirmative language in the report that would suggest that these things that are already happening should continue to happen without losing the thought, which would be, for me, that would be fine. But the motion would be this would not be new recommendations from my perspective.
But your motion would include direction to clarify, we would need to come up with this in today's meeting, but come up with a W4 that clarifies the recommendation to transfer state share dollars to regions that have used up their funding with a focus on transit operations.
That's right. So that's my motion.
I'll second unless you
Did we have a second on that one?
Lorelmo Luna.
Okay.
Lorelmo Luna seconded that. And that would mean that you would be asking us to reflect 1 through 3 as like actions that can already happen in the narrative. So to make sure our narrative addresses those items. Is that correct? Would anybody like to take a stab at how W4 would be rewritten in order to clarify what your
You give staff like 10 minutes. I think.
Okay, we can give staff 10 minutes and come back with that. So let's get a vote on this, and then we'll come back with a specific rewrite of this in about 10 minutes on W4. But let's take the motion to move 1 through 3,
I think the motion was to eliminate 1 through 3.
eliminate 1 through 3, and move it to narrative content. And then
Chad, can we hold off on W4 until we come back, until staff comes back, and then we'll?
yes, we can
Okay.
hold off on W4.
So we're
let's-
gonna
let's,
do-
take can I ask you to split the motion into 1 through 3, and then we'll come back with W4?
Sure, it's the second one.
Laurel, do you agree to splitting that? Okay.
Okay, so for the record, the motion is to eliminate W1 through 3 and to move those sentiments into the narrative of the report. It has been a motion by Jise and it has been seconded by Mo Luna, and I'm going to take a vote. Jise.
Aye.
Barnes.
Aye.
Buckelman.
Aye.
Cooney.
Aye.
Edison.
Abstain?
Griffiths.
Yes.
Hance.
Yes.
Lippman.
Yes.
Matute.
No.
Miller. Mo Luna.
Yes.
Murphy. Paget Seekins.
Abstain.
Pimentel.
Yes.
That was yes. Powers.
Yes.
Swarza.
Abstain.
Tolkoff.
Abstain.
Abstain. Turner.
Yes.
Watkins.
Yes.
Watts.
Yes.
White.
Abstain.
$15 yeses, the motion passes.
We will come back with a W4 in a few minutes after the staff has a chance to draft something there. Let's go on to see if there's any discussion of a motion on X1 and any other additions in the area that are in that area that are desired outside of what we have later in value capture and efficiencies in ridership service offerings. So if we have raising revenue recommendations in addition to X1, we can also talk about those. Laurel Paget Seekins, then Laura Tokoff.
Yeah, I guess first a question on what is intended by X1, which is the idea that the revenue source would be sales tax, or is there because it's as similar to how cities can place sales tax on the ballot, but it's unclear to me is like, are you suggesting that basically transit agencies would also be allowed to place sales taxes on the ballot without authorizing legislation? It seems like we are over tapping the sales tax as a revenue source and that lots of counties are already at their limits. So I'm wondering if the idea was purposely vague around the source of revenue, or was this intended to be sales tax?
Was in, so the intention here, Hunter
I can-
was describing.
Yeah,
describing
sorry.
this.
The intention here is to sort of put on an equal footing with cities, transit agencies in a service area or a defined area. My understanding of the law, and I'm not gonna, is that it's mostly been used historically for sales tax, but other sort of like transfer taxes have been potentially considered, but it would be basically equalizing transit agencies on the footing that is currently true for a city or a county CTC, which automatically have the right to put taxes on the ballot without seeking enabling legislation.
We have, yeah, we have Laura Tokoff, Juan Matute, Ian, Mark Watts, Michael Turner, and then Kate Miller. Laura, go ahead.
Two comments then. I think if W1 through, taking us back a moment, W1 through W3 are now going to be as part of the overarching narrative, I think it would, consistent with my comments, I think it would be important to make it clear that that is really about mid to long-term funding and not going to give the impression that it is probably going to solve an immediate need. So just a friendly request to make sure that that is clear. Second, regarding, I think the support local communities and raising revenues for X1. I think there is something that is related to the recommendation that we just took out on W3, but more forward looking, which is to encourage local option sales taxes to be designed programmatically so that there's flexibility over the duration of the taxation period, so that it's more flexible and able to adjust to different needs over time. So I think, I don't know if this is the time for it, but I think the motion there for me would be to add a recommendation that says encourage future local option sales taxes to be designed programmatically so that they are flexible over time.
That sounds like a potential X2 addition to the strategies, to the strategy here about raising revenues. That would say encourage future local option sales taxes to address that. Okay, so let's go on to Juan Matute and then Ian.
Yeah, so with this X1, there were a couple of things that I had questions about. The first is placement by advocates, which I assume is like a citizens initiative, collect signatures. Is that what's intended here?
Yeah, that's essentially just also allowing sort of
Okay.
citizens, the advocates is the citizen petition,
Yeah.
the signature option.
And then the other question is about, so transit agencies is a broad term and it means municipal transit operators, which are part of cities, which have this authority already. It also means transit districts, special districts, which don't. Is this intended to just be special, or like transit districts, or which do have defined geographic boundaries for taxing purposes? Or is this like any operative transit?
I think mostly the intent, there's some weirdness in this, which is it would mostly intent would be transit districts. There is also obviously like municipal operators often go beyond their municipal boundaries
Yeah.
in their service. But I think this is mostly focused at the transit district level, is sort of in interviewing with SMEs and having these conversations. That's my understanding of
Yeah, because
this becomes hard, is aligning up the service, who benefits from the service, and then who pays the tax is not always the same group of people.
in general, I think it's bad practice to kind of reinforce the artificial boundaries of service territories. Like that have existed in 78, 79, and how we split up funds. So, you know, a transit district is a defined geographic boundary. I see how this would be very valuable to that. But in the case of a municipal operator that's operating outside of its district, I don't see how you give them taxing authority outside of their city in a way that allows flexibility in serving people's transit travel needs outside of that. So I would suggest that this just be for transit districts or even groups of transit districts, because those do have defined geographic boundaries, and the municipal operators do as well, but then they already have access to this. And then if you're trying to do spillover, like it's a regional measure or a state measure that I think should fund that service that's between jurisdictions. Thank you.
So one that sounds like a modification, a recommended modification. We'll get to motions later to replace agencies with districts.
Districts, and then you could keep advocates in, like with the ballot, the citizens initiative type thing, rather than going through the district. I think that works, but having advocates do something based on a municipal agency's service territory, like it's very nebulous, and I don't actually think it would work. So this would make it more precise.
Thank you. We'll go to Ian Griffiths, then Mark Watts.
Ian Griffiths. So I have my comment was on the same issue, but I have a different proposal or perhaps a friendly amendment once we get to that point on what to do about it. I think this should allow for, now that you've clarified that this could apply to, you know, a transit agency that spans multiple counties that doesn't align with any other, you know, municipality, basically. I guess I don't see the issue so much with restricting this to like things that are districts versus, say, a joint powers authority right now, like Caltrain. I don't think is a district, but Caltrain has authorization because of a prior piece of legislation to actually raise revenue. So that's not a district, and that's working fine. So I'm fine. I would like this to, I'm fine with transit agencies, but actually expand to also include regions. Obviously, this is where we don't have a district right now. We're pursuing a 5-county ballot measure, assuming, you know, SB 63 is signed by the governor. And there's no district that covers those 5 counties. Like we had to, it was extremely difficult and extremely nail biting to like get to this point. And so I think I would like to see just expand transit agencies or regions to place ballot measures. I think there's separate, you know, other recommendations within the same report are kind of delving into, well, what is a region? But that would be my proposed modification to this to strengthen it and to enable the, you know, we have separate recommendations promoting fair and service integration. A thing we've discussed a lot in the Bay Area is how where funding comes from directly impacts our ability to coordinate service. So you have more single agency restricted funding sources. That makes coordination very difficult because then that's funding that can only be used for one agency. So I would like us to create a framework that enables us to have more regional sources that cover when there's regions with multiple transit agencies and local ballot measures be able to raise those types of funds. So I don't know if you're ready for a motion. I could make that into a motion, or I can save that for when you're ready for that.
Let's hold on for a discussion here from a couple more people. We've got Mark Watts, then Michael Turner.
One reaction I would have to the last comment is election code needs to have knowledge provided to who gets to vote where, and just saying jurisdictions isn't going to work. You're going to have to spell out the boundaries of the jurisdictions for any campaign. So that's just food for thought. I think the comment earlier about the number of measures potentially moving toward the ballot is very important to take into consideration to support X1, because there are a number of counties that have sales taxes that need renewals. And doing something along this line would give the certainty, potential renewal, rather than a whole slew of individual bills. So I tend to favor that. It'll depend on what the final language looks like in here. And as for JPAs, you know, those are difficult because you have member agencies that have one view on the world, JP boards have a different view. I'd be cautious before you jump in and throw JPAs in. It may be a great idea. Just be cautious before it gets thrown in.
But it sounds like, just understanding this right, it sounds like transit districts is a category that would work because they're already defined in a state law somewhere as to what where that measure would apply to.
Yeah, an example, just to put a capper on it, it was Placer County. I worked with Mr. Glory and we did a bill that allowed Placer to have just 3 cities out of the entire county. Something like that where you get a definition, and it does start well with transit districts, but you could also modify it. That was in the same legislation.
Okay, thanks. Now, Michael Turner.
Yeah, I think there's an overall issue that's similar to what Sharon mentioned earlier, which is that in the absence of seeing an overall recommendation for funding, we look at these and say, okay, you know, I can sort of go along with some of these, but we don't see anything overall addressing the larger need for transit agencies to have a long-term stable funding commitment from the state. And so there's that overall issue. As we get into some of the specifics of these, there's, you know, I have some particular issues with each of them, because as you work from sort of left to right of the page, you're going from general to more specific, and on the far right is ultimately a bill, right? And so there's some concern around each of these. Like, for example, when you're talking about, you know, selling air rights, we are, all of us, BART, LA, we're all sort of maximizing what we can do with our real estate. But, you know, we have things like the Surplus Land Act that has been an impediment that needs to be addressed. So I'm not really clear like what this bill language would ultimately be, you know, because we also have things, you know, we're trying to develop housing, right? We're trying to develop 10,000 units of affordable housing, right? So we need to get sort of down to the specifics of what this would mean. On pricing, this looks like something we are already doing. So, I mean, we're already using revenues from managed lanes to support transit services. So is that like ultimately a bill that we need? One of the things we're interested in is authorization to look at other models of pricing beyond managed lanes. So, like I said, I have the overall concern about considering these in the absence of an overall funding strategy, but there are some specific things within this that it could use some more clarity.
Thank you, Michael. Let's go on to Komei and then Alex.
My initial question had to do with what Professor Matute was talking about in terms of municipal transit agencies that also are jurisdictions in cities and counties. And so that needs to be, I think that clarification was laid out. But I was looking at X and I wondered, it's specific to local communities having this ability to raise revenue. And I wondered if that's not where you switch that into a statewide as well, because goes back to what Michael was beginning to say, that we need to begin to talk about this new revenue source that I think everybody's waiting to talk about. And I wonder where that fits, if it's not under X as well, where we talk about a statewide new revenue source that is flexible for operating and capital, such that we can, because we're sort of nibbling the margins right now. And the local communities opportunity for raising revenues, it seems to me we're mostly talking sales tax, and the capacity for sales tax on a jurisdiction by jurisdiction basis, I think it's limited to transform transit statewide. This is just my take. And so we should recognize that. It might sound good, but the capacity to truly transform transit, the way we want to talk about it, is limited with these options. And I just hate for us to throw that out as if we are doing something magnificent, when in fact, what we really need is a brand new revenue stream at the state level that is more flexible.
Thank you, Kome. Let's go to Alex Bachman.
Thank you. I really just wanted to pick up and second kind of what Kome just said. I mean, I think generally I'm a fan of more tools in the toolbox, but when the tools are not getting us to where we need to go in terms of transformation, I have concerns about just seeing them there. If I think about in our region, if each transit operator has to go on their own to do a measure, then, you know, it's not going to be at the same time. It can be overlapping. You know, we just spent 2 years trying to tackle this, and it's not just the transit agencies, it's the counties, it's the cities. If you want a system that works as a network and works for the customer, you can't do it this way. So I think that's why I'm really, you know, again, usually more tools better. So I'm a little conflicted on that, but I also feel like you have to have a real stable source of funds that ideally is statewide. Because we have something sitting on the governor's desk that's for 14 years, and we've been saying that this task force is going to help us get to the longer term, because if that gets signed and the voters approve it, those are two huge things that still have to happen. Hopefully the first one's either in the second. Then, you know, we got 14 years for money to support the system, you know, and then if each operator has to go ad hoc, you know, maybe Seamus will be okay, maybe Rashidi, maybe Bob won't, I don't know, but that's not going to work for the customer. So, and I hope you'll be fine, Bob. So, thank you.
Should just leave now, huh?
Let's go to Juan Majute.
So this likely mixes with other recommendations, but in thinking beyond sales tax, one of the, which is a voter approved not indebtedness, but a voter approved measure. Voter approved parcel taxes, I think, could be very attractive for transit. It really depends on how you define the geographies, right? Transit districts don't serve all geographies equally. So if with the ability to essentially define an area, a tax rate area essentially for property taxes that is based on proximity to high quality transit. So some of these buffer zones that are involved in zoning, you could likely create something that acts a bit like TIF. Well, it doesn't act like TIF because it starts paying in year one a maximum amount, and is supported by people in those areas because they're directly benefiting from the transit service. And so, you know, sales taxes, I get that, like, we have a tool in the tool belt, and we've had the tool in the tool belt for 40 plus years. And that seems like it's worked in the past. I don't know if it'll always work as well in the future, but I think because of just the way that accessibility and mobility affect land values, property markets, et cetera, anything that approaches some sort of value creation and capture, I think, is good. And transit is providing some real estate value in certain parts of California. And if you can make that into a district, either the County Transportation Commission can designate it, or perhaps the MPO, or it could just be statewide if this is an area that's triggering certain legislative bonuses for the high quality transit network, et cetera. That's triggered. And then you go in and can have a property based vote and say, I actually want to pay this amount of parcel tax, or don't want to pay this amount of parcel tax to fund my transit. I think that would be a very attractive version of X1. And so I guess my amendment, though, are we still in discussion or going for motions?
I was going to recommend that we get done with this discussion. We go
Okay.
with motions on strategy X, and then we move on to Y and Z.
So I would change X1 to have the authority to place measures on the ballot for portions of their service area or their entire service area. With the understanding that if it's portions, must be a property-based measure rather than a sales tax measure. And giving them that authority to go to the voters for that type of authorization.
Okay, so let's go to Elan, sorry, I'm going to recommend we go to Sharon Cooney and then we see if we have motions on this item.
Yeah, legally speaking, we have the authority in our jurisdiction to break it out and take out some of the jurisdictions that we serve. So that's already a given, but you do have to have it as a jurisdictional based kind of breakdown in your jurisdiction. So for instance, if we have cities, you can break off a city, but you can't break off part of a city. Yeah, so. And then my comment on the parcel tax, how high could you get a parcel tax to get approved to really truly fund transit? We have $140 million need. $140 million. You're not going to get that out of parcel taxes, and you're certainly not going to get that approved on a ballot. You'll have a huge nightmare of backlash. I think the sales tax, yes, everybody says it's regressive. I get that. But really it is the only tool that will get us to the numbers that we're in need of in order to maintain services and potentially expand them. I mean, short of, large S from the state general fund coming directly to transit to backfill all of our budgets, that's really the only thing we have. And we certainly don't expect the state to say, oh yeah, I'm going to forego Medi-Cal, I'm going to forego housing, I'm going to forego all these other things in order to fund our deficits at this point. So that's why, we've explored in our area, the TIF, transportation impact funds. You'd have to really saddle new development with so much debt and so much cost that the affordability issue is gone. These are all great if we could get them, but we've even tried to have the university provide us funding when we suggested adding more funding when they were expanding SDSU, for instance. And they said, well, we're not going to do that, because our mission is to educate, and this is our mission, and I'm sorry, but we can't help you. So that's why we, as transit operators, have to constantly go back to sales tax, because it is really the one that's going to get you a lot of money for the services and for new services over the course of time.
Okay, thank you, Sharon.
And one
yeah.
thing that I want to highlight is when we talk about not having funding, when our transit dependent riders, there's over 70% of our riders are transit dependent. Those are people who have no other choice. And I think they would probably say, yeah, I'd rather pay a quarter cent more for goods than not have my transit.
Thank you, Sharon. While you were speaking, we have 10 up from Eli, then Juan, then Mark Watts.
I think it's great that we're having this conversation during the week without driving and transit month. And also I think tomorrow, is Clean Air Day. And I know many operators are doing Drive-Free Transit is sort of prescient. I think, I don't think that the state, Sharon, is going to finance your debt, but they are going to fund an affordable solution for Californians struggling with the cost of housing, car purchase, operations, maintenance, and insurance. And I think that's like what we're trying to solve for Californians right now. I don't like the whole idea of riders don't see districts, right? They just know when their bus shows up on time or not. So, getting into sort of a jurisdictional question or like a debate on like sales tax versus parcel tax. And by the way, we've done some research. I can share that with you and some polling as well. But the number one issue in the poll was affordability, right? And I think the more that we talk about that, what I would actually just recommend with this is to just cross out sales and just say taxes. Just leave it at that. And then a local jurisdiction can decide. But I do think that the state needs to play a role in some sort of funding mechanism, probably sales tax, which governors have done in the past, that says, look, we need to make transportation more affordable for Californians. Car operations, maintenance, purchase, insurance is way out of control. And if we provide you with more reliable service for public transportation, we're creating a much more affordable route for you to get to your destination. That would be my political choice. But I just think for this purposes of what we're publishing, we should just, there we go, cross out sales tax and just let a local jurisdiction decide what the best choice is based on polling, based on, voter outreach, based on community discussions and building a coalition around that.
Let's go to one and then to Mark.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify by TIF, which can mean many things. I meant tax increment finance rather than transportation impact fee, which they're different profiles, but they both charged on the property one. And what you said about the the transportation impact fee is true. Any of these fees that increase the cost of new construction do exacerbate housing affordability. The tax increment finance pays out over time and is not even transparent to the individual, but a parcel tax is transparent to the individual property owner.
Mark? There's no motion on the table. However, the staff have been putting some
Okay.
edits up here based on what they're hearing. It's not an emotion yet. It's just
Okay.
based on kind of where the discussion's gone.
This is what I've heard come through is the need for the state to step up. Local taxes have all sorts of different issues, jurisdictional issues, authority, extensions, and so forth. So my thought would be add to X1, which provides the authority, which would recommend providing the authority for local sales taxes. Add to that an X1B that basically says double the LTF statewide. That would lift every single county up. It's been looked at by transportation organizations in the past. Not found to be practical, but that's my motion and I'll stop.
Okay, so your motion is to add essentially an X3 perhaps, based on what's up here so far, kind of an X3 that would say to increase the LTF from a quarter cent to a half cent. Okay. We've got Melissa. Gosh, okay, so Melissa, is there a motion so there's a motion on the table?
Chad, for clarification,
Sorry,
Chad, you're in discussion mode. You have not moved over to a motion part of the meeting yet, so you're still in discussion mode until you choose to move into
Let's
a motion.
write that down and move it in a moment after we have complete the discussion. So we've got Melissa White, Ian Griffiths, Laurel Paget-Seekins, and Alex Bockelman on the agenda.
I just wanted to clarify that when we're in the section of the document and the folks say responsible entity and it's the legislature, that, when we get to a point of publishing this document, as all of you've worked with many members before, folks are going to look at those and say, okay, this is what we could do with the bill. This is what you guys are looking at. So when we go back to Eli's recommendation on just getting rid of taxes, we start to think, well, what would that look like? Like we saw that in SB 1031 last year, trying to authorize multiple versions of taxes in one piece of legislation, and it was not kind of well received and that kind of a blanket mode. So I think, I think David and I are just kind of looking at the outcomes here and seeing how all of this may turn into something next year or the next few years. And so trying to make sure that it's something that's tangible, that could be done. And I'm just not sure how you would do a kind of a blanket authorization for transit districts to do all taxes. That's all, just putting some clarity where it says legislature, be as clear as possible, if possible.
Okay, let's go. Ian, Alex, then David, then Laurel.
Are we doing, is it appropriate to introduce a motion then or no?
I believe that we still have enough discussion here about what's been talked about that we should finish the discussion and then move to motions.
Then the one point I'll make, that I was gonna make part of the motion, is just, I believe that we should have a separate item for new sources of state funding that is not X, like X, support local communities raising revenues, that, leave that as is. Let's have a separate, distinct, and ideally in the order of the report, the one, it goes at the very, very top. We might need to do the lettering again, but I just think what I'm hearing, and I believe myself, we need to call that out separately. And when we get to the Laurel's new addition, I would like to see that not folded within X, and I'll move a version of X1 kind of as we see it on the screen when we get to that point.
Alex?
Yeah, I'm just supporting that. I want to see the new revenue, but I thought we were waiting to have that conversation, and I don't know that I would support the doubling of the LTF versus a different way. So I just, if we're having that discussion separately, then let's have it. I mean, I certainly want to see more revenue, so.
Okay, so
For the LTF.
at this point, we have items, we have the X items that are there. We have not yet taken up the additional item on state revenue. I think we can. Yeah, so let's go ahead and complete any motions here on the X category. We'll go back to W. We'll go back to W4, which staff have developed a proposal there that we think matches what was recommended. And then we'll go on to state revenues after that.
Can I just get clarity on what exactly the motion is right now?
We have no motion yet. I'm looking for a motion to be proposed at this point.
Okay.
Ian, go ahead.
Okay, I would move X1, an amended version of X1. Consider additional flexibility in the ability for transit agencies, regions, or advocates, so add the word regions, to place measures on the ballot by allowing transit agencies and regions. So go back to agencies.
A question, really quick. Would citizens be better than advocates to match what
Sure.
is
I
allowed?
would be,
Okay.
yes, sure, that probably. Transit agencies and regions to have the authority to place measures on the ballot for portions of their service area or entire service area, similar to how cities can place taxes on the ballot without enabling legislation. So the rest of it is as you have written there with the bill. So I would move that as now shown on the screen.
And advocates would be replaced with citizens.
Yes, sorry, with that other amendment.
Is it clarification or a second?
Just a real clarification, the term of art would be voters, not citizens,
Voters?
voters.
Okay, voters is better than citizens here? Okay, so voters.
Okay, voters.
Yeah.
Fine.
Is there a second on this motion? On X1? And was a substitute motion, if you'd like to.
No second.
Oh, we don't have a second yet, so do we have a second on this motion as stands?
No second.
No second, so we have to go back to any motions that are desired.
I'll second it.
Okay. Okay, so Carrie seconded it. If there's a, Carrie Watkins, if there's a substitute motion, Laura, you're welcome to request that.
think, like to make a substitute motion to change the order in which we are voting on the sets of recommendations so that we defer a vote on X until we have a discussion on recommendations for new sources of state operating funding and have recommendations for that.
I'll second that. Sharon Cooney.
I don't know that that's a motion. That sounds like a recommendation to the chair to change the way that we move forward here.
Sure.
So let's go ahead and take a short break and we'll come back with how we'll move forward here. We just need a few minutes. Thank you.
I just want to start.
Okay, we're ready to convene again if task force members can take their seats. Thank you. We have enough people. Okay, thank you. We have most of our task force members back. I'd like to go ahead and resume. Having heard the request from Laura and Sharon to go on to the discussion of state revenues first, I will recommend that we do that if I can have the current motion tabled until we've had that discussion. So I will ask if there's a tabling of the earlier motion. And Ian, yes? Okay, so at this point, we welcome a discussion of the statewide revenue strategies that you would like to put on the table. So let's go ahead and have that discussion. Laurel? We could get, is W? Let's go back. W4. No, let's go ahead and do this and then come back to W4. So that would be helpful. So let's first have a discussion on statewide revenues and see what motions we have there. Thank you. Mark, go ahead.
And I was complaining about before, I apologize. Now I feel your pain. The recommendation would be to add 0.25% to the current 1.25% Bradley Burns sales tax and dedicate the new 0.25% to the local transportation fund LTF. That's the motion.
Oh, I'll second it. Sharon Cooney.
Sharon, you would second that?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Is there any You can add it. You can either substitute motion on that, or you can, or we can take up an additional action after this. Either one. So I have tense up from Laurel Paget Seacon. I guess, do we have discussion of the motion or do we need to take a vote on it? Pardon? Yeah, let's have a discussion of the motion before we consider a vote on it.
Sorry, this is Laurel Patch-Seekins. I was assuming we were gonna have a conversation on, because the recommendations that I put forward that I sent in days and days and days ago were for no state sources. So I was assuming we were gonna have a conversation about all of those and then think about them holistically. Like right now, I can't support a motion to raise the sales tax without talking through what other options are on the table.
So if we'd like to, if we want to table the current motion and have a discussion around that, I would welcome that from this, from the task force. Mark, Mark.
I could withdraw the motion.
Okay, yeah, withdraw the motion until we've had further discussion. That's what we'll do. So let's go ahead with Laurel Paget Seekins first. Yeah. Yeah, please leave up the idea there so that we have it available for later. Thank you. Laurel, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so just speaking to what I had submitted previously, the first one was very, very broad open, anticipating a conversation like this about what additional revenue sources for transit the state should consider. I suspect that we're not going to be able to get to a complete consensus list that is well enough thought out in the time that we have today. So one recommendation I have is to include in the report, not as a recommendation, but as additional information, a table of sort of general sources that are used in other states, to get sort of a sense of, yes, there's sales tax, but also Massachusetts has a high income earners tax was passed at the ballot to fund transit. New Jersey has a corporate tax. Oregon and New York City use payroll taxes. Colorado has, and Pennsylvania use rental car fees. There's a sort of a menu of things, and I don't think we can like have the time to agree on which one works best in California, but I think it would be useful to have a table in the report that should have highlighted a variety of ways that other states fund transit.
So Laurel, one quick clarification. We've had some of that material that's been presented in the past. It's not in the report right now. Your recommendation would be to bring that into the report to kind of speak to that.
Yes, that we would have a table in the report that sort of talked about the ways that other states fund sources and what their sources are. That's not a recommendation of exactly a rate and a source for California. And then the other recommendation that I put out, which is very specific about this future conversation that we're anticipating around road charges and mileage charge. And I realize that, so the way that Caltrans is currently thinking about this is that the sort of diesel sales tax that's currently funding transit would be replaced via the sort of replacement of mileage charge for commercial vehicles. And that would be the way that sort of how we would switch from, because the problem, right, is we're funding transit through diesel and not gas operations. It's very confusing, right? But that we would my recommendation is to try to have the conversation, make that more open, to have it be both passenger and commercial vehicles, recognizing that we get into some potential constitutional issues with how to do that. So that was the other recommendation that I had put forward. And part of the way I want this to be sort of talked about in the report is I do think we need to bring more attention to the fact that we are, and it's mentioned in the report somewhere, the amount of revenue is going to be going down in STA with electrification. So to really point out, like, we have to backfill some money as well as add in order to get more funding in the future.
Laurel, so just to clarify, we have up on the screen the two recommendations you submitted in advance of the meeting that we distributed to members, put in the packet. The second one there is one that you're basically saying that would be a recommendation that you'd like to put up later for a vote, a motion on that. And then the first one, is that one that you would also want to have as a vote, or is that one that's kind of guiding that recommendation to bring back into the report some of the discussion of sources that are used in other states?
I put it here as a placeholder. I'm assuming that other people will have modifications. So I'm open to whatever modifications and thinking that people have. I wanted to use it as a starter.
Yeah, both of these will be put in the matrix for us to have conversation around if those get motioned. So thank you. Next is Komea Jise, followed by Michael Pimentel.
Thank you. Following on what Laura just put out, I think these are disparate suggestions and it should be looked at separately. The call for a brand new source of revenue, I think, is important, and I would agree with her that we could look at different sources. What's important there is we also need to identify just about how much are we looking to raise, because I don't think that number is clear. And once you start honing in on what you're trying to get to, then the source that you attach it to, whether it's payroll tax or corporate tax or rental car mitigation fees, are attached. Now you could do some of each of those to get to the number you're trying to get to. But while that is in question as to where the sources are, and while we also need to identify just how much we're trying to raise totally to fund transit, to transform transit, I think some specifics can go into what we do with the money. And that's where I would suggest that this money has to be flexible enough for both operating and capital, where you have operating on a formula basis annually come from that source to transit agencies so that you can begin to fund more service and supplement existing service. But you also are able to create out of this same fund source some capacity for capital that can be programmed periodically, like every 2 years, which we're familiar with in normal course of program. So you create a capital program that allows you to have some sense of certainty for transit agencies on funding projects. And so you have a pipeline that makes sense. But again, it goes to how much we're trying to raise. And that's where I think the transformation comes from, is identifying the size of the bite. I think we identified that we currently spend about 12.5 billion on transit from all sources from past conversations. What's the additional, what's the delta we're looking for? And that would then, I think that will prescribe the likely sources of funds. To me, that's something you could have as part of the conversation going forward. But with the idea that once you identify what you might do with the money, then it's easier to, I think it's a little more certain that folks will have a better sense of rationality behind what we're trying to do with it.
Okay, we've got Michael Pimentel, Mark Watts, Alex Bockelman, and Kate Miller.
Michael Pimentel with California Transit Association. I want to just first off and start out by acknowledging that within the Tranche 1 and Tranche 2 report, there is some useful language that's included within the introduction, within the executive summary, that I think tees up the conversation that all of us are wanting to have with regards to recommendations quite well. We have language that says, in order to achieve transit transformation, more dedicated funding will be needed, including for many of the recommendations in this report. Goes on to say that California transit agencies face a funding crisis driven by falling ridership, declining revenues, and rising costs for inflation. And then goes on to acknowledge that addressing this challenge requires more than reallocating existing dollars. It demands increased, flexible, and dedicated operating support, efficiencies in capital operating spending, and so on and so on. And so I think that in the report itself, the discursive aspects of the report speak to what it is that we're driving toward, but I think it's in the recommendations that there's some dissonance. And I think so much of what we have focused on right now has been exactly what this paragraph that I just read suggested we should not be focusing on, which is just simply the reallocation of dollars. And so I do want to show appreciation to task force member Paget Seekins for helping to frame up exactly a path forward. And I think there's a lot in the recommendation that can be useful, can be actionable for us as a body. And at the appropriate time, though I think it may be useful for me to read from it, I would like to offer a friendly amendment to expand on and I think further punctuate the interest from the task force members. And here, again, I'll read from it and then maybe an item before us more fully momentarily. I think on the first recommendation, we can include some language that says implement new state funding mechanisms to stabilize transit agencies in the near term, increase and enhance transit service in the midterm, and deliver transit service that aligns with the goals of the report over the long term. And then goes on to say to implement this recommendation, this is where we fold into the language we previously had, the legislature should consider the multiple new revenue sources I would say are identified in the report as edited, and this is reflecting the fact that we've talked about potential funding sources in the past at our April meeting. They're not yet reflected in the report for transit operations in order to increase usage of transit service. And here again, I'd be happy to share the language with you. And then relative to the second recommendation, also a lot that's actionable there. We could say, legislation creating funding alternatives, a strikeout of the road charge or per mileage charge, recognizing that those are assumed to be alternatives. There may be others. To replace fuel taxes should include allowing transit operations as an eligible expense for funds raised from both passenger and commercial vehicles And then including, I think, pretty operative language that says that legislation that establishes such a solution should maintain funding for transit at levels equal to, at the very least, funding levels for transit provided by existing sales tax on diesel fuel, recognizing that we're not just looking for an increment of something that comes online. We want to have something that fully backfills for and then hopefully improves upon that level of investment. And so again, I provide this in whatever format may be useful for conversation moving on, but did want to just tee that up as potential items forward.
Thank you. And when we get to putting motions on the table, that language, if that's part of that, that would be helpful to have that available. We'll go to Mark Watts, Alex Bockelman, Kate Miller, and then Michael Turner.
Thank you. I'm just seeking clarification on the second bullet point. Talking about the road charge or mileage charge. It's very concerning to see that as being aligned with transit operations. The gas tax is being looked at very carefully right now and has been since 2012 under a series of 3 bills, looking at the road charge through pilots and other examinations. And it was intended to offset the slowly eroding fuel tax receipts that the state is receiving, and to then turn around and then give a second purpose to that effort is, I think, is going to be damaging to any effort to enact a road charge. So that's my.
Alex?
Thank you. I wanted to appreciate, Laurel for putting this out there. I think it's really important. And then Michael, your friendly amendment sounded really great. I didn't capture all of them, so I would love it if maybe we can get those on the screen, because I just wanted to make sure that, and I think it did, but also kind of make sure that in the long term, there's sort of support for operations and like state repair and capital investments. And I just didn't catch all of it, but I like where this is headed. So hopefully we can get it on the screen and think about motions. Thank you.
What I'm going to recommend here is that we do our discussion here. If you have language that you think will be the part of a motion that you're going to make after lunch, that you give that to us so we can get it teed up to be on the screen. And then we will take votes after lunch on motions. But let's have discussion here and see where people are standing on these issues. And then we'll take our motions and votes after a lunch break. Next is Kate Miller, then Michael Turner, then Laura Toka.
I like the structure that Michael Pimentel recommended and that approach. I think it's very clear, the purpose, and also provides an opportunity to expand on the various types of revenue sources and requirements that are needed, as opposed to being very specific. I'm a little bit concerned about specificity, just because it puts us in a hole that we may not be able to get out of. What my question is where do we put in, granting additional flexibility for existing transportation funds as part of this? Because I think that's really important. And I think that, again, that regions should be the entity that decides whether or not STIP funds can be used for rolling stock, and whether certain capital funds should be used for operations. And I guess I just want to make sure we don't leave that off the table.
Yeah, I think that would either go into strategy X or it would go into the current one on state funding. Like it's a flexibility versus a new revenue stream, right?
Right. I think we can make it very vague. Grant the regions the flexibility to use existing transportation funds for transit and for transit operations and transit capital.
Yeah, the only area that I think we need to be clear on is where that might intersect with needing a constitutional amendment.
I think that we shouldn't be putting up any sort of barriers around that. I think we should put constitutional amendments on I think that's one of my primary recommendations.
Yeah, we're not saying we shouldn't do that here. We're just saying that you need to be clear that it.
No, that we'd have to get over that hurdle. I realize that this task force has no power or authority. That's been made very clear.
Michael and then Laura Tolkoff.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I just want to say thank you, Laura Tolkoff, for bringing this discussion because this is really what we need to focus on. I think.
Thank you.
Mike.
Turned it on.
I usually don't listen to you, but I'd like to hear you this time.
I'm going to oppose any effort for SCAG to raise revenues. Just totally dysfunctional and capable of doing it. So thank you, Laura, for bringing this because this is what we need to talk about. And thank you, Laurel, for making this specific recommendation. So I just want to say yes to what Michael Pimentel was bringing forward and then highlight something that Kome was bringing up with respect to capital, which is that in our region, the construction of a transit system is actually part of meeting another state mandate, SB 375, because we have, there's a number of mandates we are all operating under. When you talk about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, reducing VMT as a part of that, constructing a transit system and giving people options is a solution that is within SB 375 in our region. So that's where the capital needs become very important.
Thank you. Let's go to Laura Tolkoff.
Thanks. I just wanted to offer that I liked the language that Michael Pimentel offered, particularly that it sets some realistic timelines related to the purpose and intent of the funds, and also that it sets some expectations about where we would want transit to be at during each time period on our path to transformation. And so just offering that, generally, I like the spirit of that recommendation. And also, I think, as I've mentioned before, really important to be setting realistic expectations for the legislature and the public about how long it will take to achieve the type of transformation that the state and this task force would like to see.
Thank you very much. And at this point, I would like to ask that if you have language that you think is going to be part of a motion that comes up after the lunch break, that you submit that to us in the next few minutes and then get lunch. And I recommend that we reconvene at 12:45. So we will take a break of the task force. For people who are listening online, thank you very much for participating so far. We'll be back in 32 minutes or so. Thank you.
Thank you. Lunch is out these doors and to your left, all the way to your left.
Okay, well, I think we've got most of our quorum, we've got a quorum here in the room and ready to get started again. So thank you, everybody that's waited for us online. We're back to get started. I'd like to pick it up where we left off. We've had a robust discussion around different ways to generate revenues. We have, I believe, a couple of sets of motions that are ready, and we may have more after that. But I would like to invite Michael Pimentel to put forward what he has proposed, and then we'll move on to what Mark Watts was proposing earlier. Thank you.
All right, and thank you for the opportunity. So I want to just highlight first, the language is presented on the screen for other task force members. And the motion is to amend the recommendations, or to include in the recommendations the following language that serves as a friendly amendment to the initial proposal from task force member Paget Seekins. It reads, implement new state funding mechanisms to stabilize transit agencies in the near term, increase and enhance transit service in the midterm, and deliver transit services aligns with the goals of the report over the long term. To implement this recommendation, the legislature should consider the multiple new revenue sources identified in the report as edited for transit operations in order to increase usage of transit service. And then I do want to just opine that the as edited is anticipating that we would include in the report at the very least those funding mechanisms that were identified in the meeting materials for the April 25th task force meeting. All right, and the next also builds on one of the proposals from task force member Paget Seekins. It reads, creating funding alternatives to replace fuel taxes should include allowing transit operations as an eligible expense for funds raised from both passenger and commercial vehicles. Legislation that establishes such a solution should maintain funding for transit at levels equal to at least the funding levels for transit provided by the existing sales tax on diesel fuel. So,
So there's a motion for these two items. We can take them up for votes separately. When we get to that, is there a second? Or, okay, yeah.
Clarification, where are we going to add providing flexibility for transit to access existing transportation funds? Where are we adding this?
That could be an additional recommendation
Okay.
unless you want
All right,
to
then I'll-
modify Michael's
then,
in some way.
I mean, Michael, it's up to you if you want a friendly amendment or if you want to have it separate.
I think just to keep the
Separate, okay.
motions clean, let's. keep it
Separate, then I'll second Michael's recommendation.
We have some comments, so let's go ahead with Alex and then Kome.
I want to support this. I was just curious on the first one, whether there's anything that relates to funding for transit capital in the long term. I agree that operations is super important, so I'm not at all arguing that. I just, you say with the goals of the report over the long term, so maybe it's implied, but I wonder if there's a friendly amendment that could be at the end of the sentence. Sorry, I'm trying to read, it's moving around. As edited for transit operations in order to increase usage of transit service and ensure long-term support for operations and capital investments or something. Is there some add that you'd be okay with? If you want me to say that again?
Would you like to make a friendly amendment to the end of it?
A friendly amendment to add to the end of the increase usage of transit service, so it's after that, and ensure long-term support for operations and capital investments. If that's too long of a sentence, somebody else can figure out how to make it better. You could just add operations and capital, as edited for operations and capital order. Okay, so maybe it's just as edited for transit operations and capital. How about that? For transit, so just, if you go back up before in order, just add and capital after operations, and then you can get rid of this and make it shorter.
Alex, we have to hear you over here. We're having a hard time hearing.
Sorry. So I think to make it shorter, it would just be for transit operations and capital. I think there was something after that. Yeah, to increase, there was something he had in there that I wasn't trying to delete. To increase transit ridership and something. Of transit service, period. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay, we have additional, there was a friendly amendment. It's been seconded. We have additional discussion. Mark Watts, Sharon Cooney.
I'm sorry, I talk about the other item.
Let's hold on the other item because we're going to take this one up for a vote separately. So we'll come back to you, Mark. Sharon.
Yeah, I would actually prefer to keep operations by itself. I think too often when you combine capital and operations, operations gets left on the floor of the cutting room. And so I'd prefer to have a standalone recommendation that we identify new sources of funding for operations specifically, and then maybe have a separate one for capital.
I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure we don't forget capital, like state of good repair capital and other capital.
So I'm thinking procedurally here. I think if we want to separate that out again, we need to reject the friendly amendment that's on the table and then, or withdraw it and then put the new amendment out there.
I'll withdraw my friendly amendment.
Okay. So this takes out the word capital and then we'll come back later for something that deals with capital separately. If that's what the task force would like. Keep in order to increase usage of transit service, just delete capital. Yep. Okay, so this brings us back to the original motion. If there's no further discussion, Kate, are you needing to say something? You're tense up. Okay. Comey?
So I'm fine with, I guess my hang up is how many times do we talk about new funding sources without having both capital and operations together? Are we gonna have another statement that says there should be a new fund source for capital as well? Are we gonna?
That's what Sharon's proposal is. Yeah. Yes, to come back with another.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, and it's also in recognition of the fact that there really is a big lift to get a constitutional amendment to allow other sources to be used for, operations or capital. Right? It's just cleaner, I think, if we have both of the recommendations in there so that then the legislature has the option of using the tool for the appropriate type of funding mechanism.
Okay, with this, is there further comment, Michael Turner?
To some extent, I think that is a decision the local transit agency could make. It really depends on the type of funds we're talking about or what the mechanism is. So I'm okay separating them as long as we end up with language that is very similar. It gives them sort of equal status because it's the solutions are going to vary by region, right? Like our deficit is a combination of the operations challenges, the capital requirements to meet SB 375, and the ICT, which is a combination of capital and operations that's driving our deficit. And so we just need to end up, I'm okay keeping this focus on operations so long as we end up with something almost identical for capital purposes.
Okay, well, with that comment, I would like to ask for a vote on the motion that's on the table.
Ready to vote?
It's the item that, it's the one item that's up there right now. We'll go to the second one in a moment.
Just one
Oh.
clarifying question. Is there a way for us to, I think both are important, but is there a way for us to emphasize operations? Because I think that's a way more critical. No, I know that, but I mean, we're talking about a separate item for capital now, right? And not combining them. And my question is there a way for us to make sure that we are putting more emphasis on operations and capital? And I don't know how to do that, if there's a pecking order. And because even if, to Sharon's point, even if we add it separately, they're gonna glob onto the capital and ignore the operations because it's so much easier, right? So I don't
Well,
know,
but
I'm
I
just
feel
throwing it
like
out there.
I feel like the language that we have up there is very much in tune with the situation, operations funding. And I think it speaks to the importance of it, short term, midterm, long term.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to vote on this item that's up on the screen. Implement, can I please have Mike call the roll on this?
Sure thing. One point of clarification, did we have Bockelman make the motion and Ajise seconded it? That's the last I heard? Okay, so Pimentel and Miller are the originals. Pimentel made the motion and Miller seconded the motion. Does this language replace a recommendation or does this add to a recommendation? This is a new recommendation for which series? TBD. Okay. All right. I will go through the roll call vote for what's on the screen right now. And I will start in alphabetical order and by last name. Ajise.
Aye.
Barnes.
Aye.
Bockelman.
Aye.
Cooney.
Aye.
Edison.
Abstain.
Griffiths.
Yes.
Hance.
Yes.
Lippman.
Yes.
Matute.
Yes.
Miller.
Yes.
Moluna.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Paget Seekins.
Yes.
Pimentel.
Aye.
Powers.
Yes.
Swarza.
Abstain.
Polkoff.
Yes.
Turner.
Yes.
Watkins.
Yes.
Watts.
Aye.
White.
Abstain.
Eighteen yeses, motion passes.
Let's go ahead with the next recommendation that Michael Pimentel put up there. That was also proposing that we have a motion on that. Michael, would you like to move your recommendation?
Yeah, motion to move what's on your screen about creating funding alternatives.
We have a second?
Seconded.
Who was the second?
Ajise.
Okay, thank you.
Any discussion? Let's go to a vote. Mike?
Sure, I'm going to read it out. This one, I don't think was read out yet loud for, so I'm going to read it out loud for the record. Motion is to creating funding. I'm going to wait until we. Okay, we're ready. Legislation creating funding alternatives to replace fuel taxes should include allowing transit operations as an eligible expense for funds raised from both passenger and commercial vehicles. Legislation that establishes such a solution should maintain funding for transit at levels equal to at least the funding levels for transit provided by the existing sales tax on diesel fuel. That was motioned by Pimentel, seconded by Ajise. Ajise.
Aye.
Barnes.
Please go ahead.
I guess for the maker of this motion, so you intended to not have capital here as well? And is there a reason specifically? Is it the same reason as before? Because this says transit operations unless I'm missing something. And some of the funds currently go to capital, so I'm a little worried about that. Could we have capital in this one? With the-
Okay.
That would be my friendly amendment if anyone would accept it to add and capital on this.
Okay, we can have some discussion on this. I asked for it earlier and I didn't see it at that
I
point. Go
didn't
ahead.
hear the, may I go?
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
I violently oppose including passenger in that phrase. The road user charge program is based on the premise that to replace the gas tax funds local and state maintenance and rehabilitation largely. A little bit dribbles over for STIP. And so to now turn around and say we're going to now use some of the replacement money, because nobody's talking about exceeding the replacement, we're going to diminish the amount of money available for local streets and roads and SHOP. And I can't stand that thought. It's so objectionable, it's hard to even discuss. So I would oppose that.
Michael Turner and then Laurel Patchett Seekins, followed by Laurel Mullen.
When we talk about replacing fuel taxes, some of those existing fuel taxes can be used for capital purposes. And I agree with what Alex was saying about the need to keep it clear that we want to continue the eligibility for a replacement fee to do the same thing the fee it's replacing does. And so I think I agree with Alex that we need to keep the word capital in there because we need to make sure that when and if and when the state switches over, those fees can be used for the same thing they're being used now, in addition to allowing them to be used for operations. I think that's consistent with the maker of the motion.
Laurel and then Laurel.
Yeah, I agree. There's a couple of tricky things embedded in this. One of which is for funds that can be used for transit already, can we allow operations as well as capital expenses? So that's one piece of it. And then the second piece is the piece that Mark was getting to, which is what pots of money are they coming out of? And are we just replacing fuel taxes, or is it going to increase the size of the pie such that there's more revenue available? So I think there's definitely a lot of policy issues in this.
Thanks. I think we do need clarification on this one because I think Mark had a really good point. I actually was interpreting it as creating an alternative replacement to diesel fuel tax as an STA because of the declining revenues of STA. And then Mark brought up SB1. So I think we should clarify that because STA in my county at least is primarily used for capital. So I would agree with Alex that we should throw in capital because that revenue source is declining.
Michael Pimentel.
I think the two things I would remark on, one is conversation on capital is well taken. And I think just challenge associated with having kind of multiple parties developing the recommendation for why it wasn't in there originally. But I think in addition, one of the things that we had offered in the markup to the original proposal from Laurel Padgett Seekins was to move away from the direct identification of road charge. And part of that was deliberate to recognize that we don't necessarily know what the future will hold in terms of new transportation revenue sources. And so I think, point well taken on the observations that Mark Watts has identified relative to a road user charge which serves only as a replacement for the current taxes on gasoline and on commercial vehicles. But certainly, within this space of things like pricing or weight fees or any number of things that could be imposed, that may offer some opportunity to consider what might be more flexible and investments for those dollars. And so I guess what I'm identifying here is the words road charge are not here. That was deliberate. That is intended to acknowledge that we should not presume solely that those things that were once funded by traditional sales tax or excise tax on gasoline necessarily hold true for these investments. And so there is some flexibility embedded in there. That flexibility couldn't give folks pause for different reasons, but did want to at least clarify that it was very intentional that we did not speak to road charge.
Mark, go ahead.
So I hear what you're saying, Michael. I understand it. And I think I had an idea and it just escaped me. Somehow if we could weave in there the issue of, without specifying road charge or some other mechanism we don't know about yet, or a super road charge, just somehow include an exclusion for for replacement funding for the gas tax. I don't know where that would go, how that would go, but we have to leave room in our future for a replacement of the gas tax. This would consume it if it were followed, even though we don't mention it. So maybe it's up to me to kind of come up with that wording, but right now, that's my immediate reaction.
Okay, so this is the discussion so far. We still have a motion on the table. And Sharon, go ahead. So it seems like we're in the middle of like friendly amendments to the original here from Michael. So there's a motion on the table. I guess we're seeing the desire to have capital added and also this parentheses that's now under Alex Bockelman's, I believe, friendly amendment to the, oh, that's withdrawn? Okay. Pardon?
Sorry, my notes.
This is still on the table? Okay. So is this the Alex Bockelman one is the one that's on the table right now?
If Alex did not withdraw
Okay.
that, then that would be,
Okay.
we're friendly amending a friendly amendment.
Okay. And we had a second on this already?
Yeah,
If we had a second, I didn't capture that second.
Okay, GC seconds it. Let's go ahead, Mike, and call the roll on
Okay,
this.
so we have a friendly amendment offered by Balkman, seconded by Ajise. I'm going to read it out for the record, and that is the recommendation is legislation creating funding alternatives to replace fuel taxes should include allowing transit operations and capital as an eligible expense among other expenses for funds raised from both passenger and commercial vehicles. Legislation that establishes such a solution should maintain funding for transit at levels equal to or at least the funding levels for transit provided by the existing sales tax on diesel fuel. Ajise.
Aye.
Barnes,
Aye.
Bockelman,
Aye.
Cooney,
Aye.
Edison,
Abstain.
Griffiths,
Aye.
Hance,
Yes.
Lippman,
Aye.
Matute,
Yes.
Miller,
Aye.
Luna,
Aye.
Murphy,
Aye.
Paget Seekins,
Yes.
Pimentel. Aye. Powers,
Yes.
Swarza,
Abstain.
Tolkoff,
Yes.
Turner,
Yes.
Watkins,
Yes.
Watts,
Abstain.
White,
Abstain.
Seventeen yeses, motion passes.
Let's now go back to the proposal, the STA proposal by Mark Watts. It's further up the list here. Oh, the LTF, sorry, the LTF recommendation here. So, Mark, would you like to motion this?
Thank you very much. And this is in the spirit of kind of an early action item, I think can be dealt with pretty quickly if there's a resolute interest. So my motion would be effectively double local transportation fund LTF by adding 0.25% to the 1.25% present uniform local sales and use tax law for a total of 1.50%. The new 0.25% would be dedicated to LTF.
I second that motion, Sharon Cooney.
Do we have discussion?
David with Assembly Transportation Committee. Just for clarity's sake, are you talking about increasing the sales tax by 0.25% or dedicating an existing 0.25% of the existing sales tax to the 1.25?
Adding, you're correct, adding.
Okay, I think that clarity might be helpful for the legislature.
Yeah, it's not a takeaway, it's an add.
Maybe change adding to increasing? Because adding could be taking from the existing sales tax.
I would say by increasing the Bradley Burns uniform sales tax by 0.25%, by increasing it by 0.25%.
Okay, so do we have this motion up there the way that it reflects the intention, Mark? Is this, okay, and that's been seconded. Do we have further discussion? Alex? What about Eli?
Alex, can you please talk in the mic? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Yes, can you hear me now? Okay. I have some concerns with this one unless it's sort of caveated that this is could be one element of transit funding that is being considered or evaluated. And the reason is in our region, we have some pretty large operators, multi-county operators that effectively get pretty much nothing out of this funding source. So I worry that if the legislature looks at this and says, okay, this is a really heavy lift, because I think it would be, we're going to do it, and we just solve transit's problems, I don't think we solve transit's problems, because this is not, unless I'm missing something, this is very much, is not necessarily correlated with how much service is being provided by transit operators and what their service needs are. So again, I would want this to be, you know, among, somehow linked to the other implement new state funding mechanisms that are doing all these great things, including stabilizing and enhancing, and that this could be one option that's considered. But seeing it as a standalone is making me nervous.
So Alex, can I clarify that to understand what that might imply? That would suggest the language would change to be something like among state funding options for increased revenue, consider effectively doubling, and then continue the language that's up there.
Yes, I think that makes it better. And I think the ordering also matters because it seems like this would be sort of the last, would be after the two that we just voted on.
I do like the idea that Mark put up that this could be a short term. So dealing with short term needs, unmet needs. So maybe instead of among state or whatever, maybe we preface it by saying as a short term transit stabilization recommendation, comma, effectively double.
Eli, followed by Laura. And then we'll go to Juan and Mark.
I guess I was just trying to understand like who would be responsible for changing this? Is that a legislative decision?
Laura, then Juan, then Mark.
Just wanted to comment, following Sharon's comment, I think the challenge that Alex is raising is that if the near term sort of center of gravity on the fiscal cliff is in the Bay Area, but this formula doesn't help the Bay Area that much, then we still have a challenge in meeting the near term operating needs. So I just wanted to kind of emphasize that piece of it.
Juan, Mark, and Bob.
Is this supposed, so I saw temporary or short term was added. Is this supposed to have a sunset? Is this like a 3 to 5 year measure? Because short term implies that this would have a sunset. I know it's probably not what would the
No, that wasn't.
the intention, but I wouldn't even add that preamble. If there's just a recommendation, let's not convolute it with other words that
How
make
about
it seem
immediate?
ambiguous.
Yeah.
And then the
Or initial, as an initial recommendation.
And then the broader issue that Alex and others from the Bay Area brought up is there's, governance challenges with how these funds are allocated. So much is programmed in at the County Transportation Commission level and not shared regionally. People don't decide to live in counties usually because of the county. I'm sure some do. But they live in a region and they exist in a region, and that's the experience that they have. And it sounds like in the Bay Area, the challenge is that BART and Caltrain, just because of how they're structured and they're not directly attached to CTCs, can't get this money. To me, that says there's an increased need for regional programming in meeting funding needs. And like, I would, this is not for this specific thing, but I would support having actually, if we're getting into amendments, I would support having the LTF increase programmed by MPOs or RTPAs, so regional agencies. And then that would enable the pass through to BART versus to CTCs. Or BART or Caltrain or others, wherever it's needed.
We got Mark and then Bob Powers.
I think the addition of the word initial is consistent with my opening statement where I said this could be an early action item, not the only item. And I understand we all jump ahead to understand what the legislature is going to do, but we don't know what they're going to do. So I stand by this. I would be open to, and I'm trying to think of how to word it, that the LTF addition or the supplement would go to a regional body or, but I think I'm just going to stand by this at this point in time. So thanks.
So look, Chad, from Bart's perspective, Juan doesn't speak for Bart. Juan doesn't speak for Caltrain. Okay? We are the two regional providers in the Bay Area. The underpinning of the Bay Area's economy is Bart and Caltrain. That we are the regional network that's down there. This recommendation does nothing for that. And to Mark, to Mary and Melissa on the state legislators, this doesn't help the Bay Area at all, zero. And so when you put this in, I'm one person, you guys outvote me, have at it, okay? But when you put the language in there, put in there that Bart voted against this, okay? And why we voted against this. And we'll work against this with everything we have, okay? So this doesn't move the needle forward.
Got Michael Turner, and then Juan Matute. And I don't know if Mark wants to go again.
Well, I'm hesitant to get into like specifics of a funding mechanism in these discussions because of where this is going. I think if you get into sort of picking winners and losers or who benefits or who doesn't, or you're trying to change allocation formulas in a forum like this, I think it's very risky and dangerous. And I'm okay supporting, an idea of increasing revenues, but if I'm hearing this isn't going to benefit key agencies in the state, that's not something I'm willing to go along with. If we're talking about potentially different agencies handing out money that don't currently allocate money, sorry, Comey, but I don't think that's a good place for this task force to go. So I was originally okay with this recommendation, but hearing some of the discussion, I think it's very risky for us to get into a specific revenue idea and then start talking about how that money is going to be allocated. I think I'd almost be more comfortable if we had more of a menu of idea. I hear the need to address something in the short term. So maybe we could talk about recommending to the legislature that they look at short term. I don't know if this is it doesn't sound like an easy thing to do anymore. But some kind of short-term mechanisms could be valuable. But I'm just a little nervous about when we start getting into specific taxes and increases and allocations about where that goes. And hearing the concerns from some of my partner agencies makes me nervous. We have to worry about Metrolink down in my part of the world. Sure, you give me the money, great, right? But I don't want to take a position that gives my agency the ability to hand out money when it's going to hurt somebody else in the state. So I was willing to consider this, but after hearing some of the discussion, I think it's better if we stick to more general ideas, or at least include this as an option. It's something the legislature could do.
Sharon?
Yeah, I mean, it's all well and good if we want to stay general, but we might as well not even have anything in here for funding, because we're giving no assistance to the legislative staff that have to put these things together for us. And if we're not willing to go out on a limb and start specifying what it is we're willing to support, then we're asking a lot for them to make that heavy lift. And I think that while I get that some people will not benefit from this, if you look at a state where the population is vast and the benefits of public transportation are vast, it's not just a Bay Area problem. It's a problem throughout the state. And there are steps being taken in the Bay Area to try to stabilize the Bay Area. And I am all 100% for that and have been from the start. But we do need to look at the long-term trend for the rest of us, because we're right behind. you know, the Bay Area in the problem. And so this is a attempt to put something in place so that we don't hit that emergency cliff right behind. And all the funding has gone to the Bay Area.
Okay, thank you. We've got David Sforza, followed by Michael Turner, and then Kate Miller.
David Sforza with Assembly Transportation Committee. I just want to reiterate, it would be probably more helpful to the legislature if you had specific recommendations versus a general recommendation. A general recommendation is not helpful.
Michael, then Kate, then Bob Powers.
Well, then let's go there, right? I mean, if we're gonna talk about new fees, right? Should we be talking about vehicle license fees? Should, you know, increasing those? Should we be talking about vehicle miles traveled fees, right? Why are we talking about pricing, right? We've got using existing models of pricing, but we don't have a discussion about cordon pricing, right? My agency proposed a $20 billion bond last year. And I think Eli, you might have been the only other entity around that supported it, right? And we put a bill in. Nick Schultz, Assemblymember Schultz authored it, right? So this is one solution. I'm not saying I like this solution or don't like this solution. I do have a problem if I hear other agencies in the state are not going to be benefited by it. But if we're going to lay out options, I wouldn't want to be limited by this. I think if we're going to go there, then let's talk about real pricing. Let's talk about bonds. Let's talk about other kinds of fees or taxes the state could implement, right? Are we going to go down and start talking about vehicle license fees, you know? Are we going to talk about increasing the gas tax beyond what it currently is, right? I mean, if we're going to talk about fees and give the legislature specifics, then we should be listing all of those, including that.
We have quite a few people on the list here to continue the conversation. I think at some point we have to decide if we're going to take a vote on any of these proposals. So let's get through the discussion here. Kate Miller, Bob Powers, Laura Tokoff, Mark Watts, Eli Littman.
Yeah, I think specificity is a real problem if we're not going to be comprehensive about our approach. And I understand that we do need to provide some guidance to the legislature. And I would recommend that unless we're going to delve into this at a much more detailed level where we investigate a lot of different fund sources that Michael just pointed out, I'm sure the list could be longer, that maybe we instead put on there that the legislature convene a small panel of experts to develop what that list is. And we here could be very specific about what who would sit on that panel. Because there's nothing in the legislative mandate that specifies that we have to list the fund sources. And so, you know, we put 2 big MPOs on there, 3 big operators. I don't know what the makeup is, but I don't think this is not going to be our last meeting if we go down this road.
Okay, Bob Powers, then Laura Tokoff.
You know, Chad, I would just add you know, it's not about a single operator. It's not about BART. The world doesn't revolve around me. I get that. But it's about a region, you know, back to what David, to push back a little bit on, you know, this isn't good for the Bay Area, that recommendation there. It's got nothing to do with a single agency. BART's the regional provider up there. So is Caltrain. Everybody else feeds into BART up there. Seamus's system feeds into BART. County Connection feeds into BART. LAFTA feeds, everything feeds into BART. So you're talking about a recommendation that is not helpful to the Bay Area. And so I just want to make sure that everybody understands that. And folks that are up here representing the Bay Area or agencies that, you know, they should take notice of this one that's in front of us right now.
Laura, then Mark Watts.
Thank you. I think what I'm hearing from this conversation is sort of these pulls between wanting to have specificity or not so specific. And I think one way to maybe balance that is to say, you know, we need additional sources of funding. these following sort, like from a menu of options, please evaluate and consider from this menu of options. And that way we can be more exhaustive and a little bit less precise, and give more space to evaluate those options.
Mark Watts, then Eli Littman.
I'm just kind of curious on the access to BART and other regional entities, the systems that are there in the Bay Area, would benefit from this, would have enhanced ability to get people to BART. I understand too many people would overflood you, but it seems like it's not unhelpful. It's just not totally beneficial. So I stand by this. I think the whole point I made was this is an early implementation idea. And there's a lot of other ideas that are in the report that are all acceptable. They're going to take more time to mature and put into play. So, thank you.
Eli, then Ian, followed by Alex.
Yeah. Eli Littman, Move LA. I'm fine. I don't see an issue with including all sources. I do think there was a recommendation earlier about inclusion of a chart from sources from or ideas from other states, which I think is smart because it says, look, other states have done this. They've been able to politically get it through, and these are some ideas that we should look at. What I do, my sort of criticism of kind of this approach with Bradley Burns is it's sort of something he did 50, 60 years ago and just adding on to it. I really think that part of our mandate is to be prospective and look forward, and think about what we need to address in the future and put it out for the legislature. I don't want to give up on the hope or the idea that we need some sort of road user charge, and other states have done that. And I think that's important. I think, we should be looking at things like autonomous vehicles and vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, eVTOLs, because they are on the horizon and are competitive, and using sources like that as perspective. I think we should be looking at things like weight and height and size and blind spots of vehicles, because it fits in with what we need. I mean, I think there are many sources that could be included that benefit transit and also achieve state goals in terms of what we've talked about, increasing ridership, decreasing car user, vehicle miles traveled, or getting people out of their cars.
Thank you. Ian, then Alex, then David Sporsa.
So I'm torn on this one, and I sort of see both sides, and I do want to include some specific recommendations here. I feel like I thought there was a openness to amending this to be distributed. I don't know if this is legal, but with LTF, but if it goes to regions, if it goes to MPOs and RTPAs, in theory, if the increment that's being raised as a result of this could then be distributed to where it is needed, unless there's something that makes an agency like BART ineligible to receive this source. My understanding is just the formulas that currently exist don't go to agencies like that. But if the author of the motion is open to it, I would, if we just added the new 0.25% would be dedicated to LTF and be apportioned or be allocated by our TPAs to the agencies in each region. To me, that would address we're creating a specific recommendation. We're setting up a situation where it can go to the agencies where there can be a process determined by the regions to determine where the need is. And I don't think, and I would also just, and that's my proposal. If I guess as a friendly amendment, if Mark, you're open to that.
Yeah, sorry, I was thinking of another aspect to all this, and because this is new money, it's not trapped by Prop 22 of 2010, which would have prohibited the reallocation without a series of commission meetings and hearings. So, you know, if you're going to reallocate by RTPAs. So in Southern California, the regional entity is MetroLink, one of the regional, but it's really the regional counterpart. And their member entities would be responsible for making allocations based on the budget. So I don't have a problem with that addition.
We have Alex, then David Sforza, then Juan Matute, or then Michael Pimentel and Michael Turner.
Before I go, could you just repeat what the change that you were okay with? Because I didn't quite catch it. Oh, and be, so that's the new addition, and be allocated by RTPAs. So I think my request was gonna, maybe this covers it, but I was just gonna say that, you know, I think that the distribution formula should reflect service needs of operators / regions. And so I'm not trying to take it from one region to the other necessarily, but at least allow that in a region, because that was really important for us in the Bay Area, both with the federal relief money and with the state money, to be able to look at the needs and not necessarily have to look at county boundaries. And when I think of LTF, I put things in my county boundaries and I start to feel nervous about how we're gonna deal with the transit needs in our region. So maybe that does it, but be allocated by RTPAs. But I feel better if at least within an RTPA area that the distribution would reflect the service needs or something like that, be flexible to address the service needs, would make me feel better.
David Sforza, Michael Pimentel, Michael Turner.
David Sforza with Assembly Transportation Committee. I apologize. I just want to bring it back to the language in SB 125, only because it seems like there's still an idea of having a general recommendation. The language in SB 125 said that the task force should make a recommendation for new options to revenue sources to fund transit operations and capital projects to meet necessary future growth of transit systems for the next 10 years. And so we anticipated that a recommendation would come to increase potential revenue sources for transit. You don't need to make a recommendation that we do that. We need recommendations on what those should be.
Michael Pimentel, then Michael Turner.
So I think I just have some higher level observations, and going to attempt to offer a acknowledgement of a path forward. I think for me, you know, certainly point well taken that we want to put forward something that's specific and that can resolve the needs of heavy balance of the transit agencies in the state. And I think we have that in the Coruscant sales tax proposal that's on the table. But I also want to recognize that for that proposal to ultimately become law, we're going to have to navigate a political landscape in the Capitol that secures enough support from the agencies statewide and by the respective legislative delegation members. And so I think in hearing where at least one Bay Area agency is, understanding where other Bay Area agencies might be and where other agencies statewide might be on precisely the proposal before us, I just see some risk in terms of putting forward a recommendation that we are probably going to acknowledge in this room will fail if we have mass defection from agencies in theory should benefit from the investment. And I want to go back and observe that within the policy recommendations, one of the things that we just voted on was to call for additional new state mechanisms to address funding needs across 3 time horizons, and that we included by reference a callback to a report and materials that were provided to this task force, whereby we laid out a specific menu of options. And so I think in my mind, we are delivering to the legislature a menu of options for consideration. And I'll just read them as they were presented at the April 25th meeting. The sales tax for local transportation fund, that is this quarter set. And what we've identified is in order to increase overall transit funding by 10%, what we'd want to see is a 100% increase in that quarter cent sales tax. That would be the quarter cents that it is now on the table. We also talk about fuel taxes on transportation, express lane toll revenue, a hotel tax, cap and trade, personal income tax, corporate tax, payroll tax. And for me, that is dispensing with the duty of providing the menu of options for the legislature to consider. And then what I would stipulate too is that, like we see with any legislative proposal, there's going to have to be that advanced work to understand where parties are, to try to sort through the challenges associated with introducing one proposal. And we're going to introduce in the legislature, and there's going to be another round of concessions and amendments made in that process to get us towards something that's going to be actionable. And so I say all this to say that from my perspective, hearing the discussion and understanding division, not just in this task force, I would acknowledge the division within my own membership. I think the safest place for us to be is to resign to what we've just voted on, which is saying we are encouraging the legislature to move forward with new funding mechanisms. Here are mechanisms for you to consider. I think if there are additional mechanisms that need to be added to that list, we should go through that process today of identifying what those additional options are. But I would think it would be perhaps a bit haphazard for us to offer a specific funding mechanism in the same breath, design a new allocation mechanism without any form of analysis or discussion and contemplation what would be disparate impacts on agencies that perhaps we want to guard against. And so again, for just the comedy of moving this process forward and keeping folks moving in alignment on something we all share, which is the interest in getting new dollars, I would probably suggest that we, again, fall back on what we have already established and seek to build out that list if it needs to be built out.
So right now we've got 6 more tents up. I'll go through that list in a second. I suggest that we complete our discussion here and either take a vote on this or decide we're going to withdraw the motion. So one way or the other. Let's go ahead with Michael Turner, then Sharon Cooney, Amy Hance, Juan Matute, and Laurel Molina.
I'll just make it quick. I agree with what Michael just said. I pulled out SB 125. I keep it in my book every meeting. And what David said is exactly right. And what Michael said is exactly right. There's a menu that we looked at. Was it April? And so I think we've satisfied the requirements of the report. And I think what Michael said is good advice.
Sharon.
Yeah, I also agree with Michael that we don't need to try to fashion a whole allocation pattern for this recommendation to go forward. I think that is something that would end up in the, the 2-year process of creating the legislation. Maybe not 2 years, maybe 2 months. That would be helpful. But it would be good to have some of these other things that are mentioned in the report that we talked about in April that would go in as recommendations that we work towards getting some of these other things. But here I would not support and be allocated by RTPAs because, as we saw with SB 125, there were a lot of local RTPAs that kind of had their own agendas that didn't necessarily support the needs of the transit operators they're working for. And I'm not looking at MTC. I didn't mean to look at you. But, some people jones for their own rail lines and then they like the money to go to that kind of thing. Or they like, in their cities, they like to have their little shuttles for the seniors and things like that. We today are not going to be able to prevent that from taking over the discussion. So I would ask that we go back to the original motion, which did not include what's in bold.
Okay, Amy Hance, Juan Matute, then Laurel Molina.
Thank you, Chad. I'm not going to pretend to understand what happens once this report is submitted and then all of the grind that will go on. I mean, God bless you, David and Melissa. I don't know how you do what you do, but I don't understand it, and I'm not going to pretend to understand it. But what I do know is that this recommendation without the RTPA would immediately impact over 50 transit operators in the central San Joaquin Valley, which I think I represent here as a small bus operator representing the small and rurals, that this would be something that immediately would impact them. And I say that to my lovely table mate through this entire process, feels exactly the opposite. But the fact is, there are more smalls than bigs in this state, and there's a lot of transit going on that just doesn't really hit anybody's eyesight at this lovely table. But this is something that we could recommend, and if it went through, would have an immediate effect and impact on rural and small urban ridership. So I support it, but we need to take away the RTPA just exactly for what Sharon described.
Okay, Juan Matute, Lorelmo Luna, and looks like we have Michael Pimentel up again.
Thank you. I was just going to mention a couple things. This is a difficult one. I think for the majority of the other regional entities like RTPAs, like RCTC, I think adding to the LTF would be beneficial. And I understand that there are going to be some regions where it will not be beneficial. But I do want to just point out that the language regarding the allocation by RTPAs, that's already in statute under TDA. So I don't think we've discussed changing that. I wouldn't recommend that, and I wouldn't support that. So all of the LTF already goes to the RTPAs for allocation. And I think it is also really important to just stress that the regional entities like the RTPAs have the flexibility to establish their priorities for the distribution of funding sources. So, you know, there is that flexibility that can be provided so that they can meet the needs of the various operators in their area.
Juan Matute, and then I think we're done with discussion. Then I have a comment to make.
This has evolved a bit. And I think that what we've identified is I think where there's been general agreement is there's like regional transportation funding needs in addition to county needs, in addition to agency needs. And there's some desire to program that in a way that's responsible, I guess. I hear about how we know that when there's money that enters the system, it goes to pet projects. And we haven't talked a lot about that, but that would be something that I would have hoped that this task force could have addressed, and how to make sure if the state is investing more money in transit, it goes after the best investments and not what was alluded to in this room earlier. I mean, quite frankly, this I think is a bit convoluted. I would support just, amending the last sentence to say the new 0.25% would be dedicated to a new regional transportation fund, because an LTF that's not administered by who's already administering the LTF is a new fund. And I would say that in the 18 big MPOs, it's allocated by the MPOs. If not, it's by the existing LTF recipient. So a new regional transportation fund allocated by the 18 or MPOs consistent with an RTP SCS. And that gives you a new source of funds for those types of incentive projects. But I don't think we're going to agree on anything.
Okay, I would like to point out that the item that would be on the table if we have a motion, I mean, the motion that's on the table right now is what's up there without the bold. So, and that we would need a friendly amendment if we were going to have that there. If we have a vote on this right now, the vote that would happen is on the item with all the non-bold language ending after the LTF, the last LTF up there. So that's where we are right now. If we were going to add anything to this, it would be a friendly amendment. And Laurel Luna, I think you had a clarification or comment to make.
It's going to add one more thing. I do like Michael Pimentel's idea about adding in additional funding sources and adding in the additional funding mechanisms that were in the table, and specifying that in the recommendations. The one thing that I would just make sure that we don't do is there were several in that table, so adding in all 10 of them would probably just water it down. I think we just need to focus on the top funding sources that would be the most beneficial that were on that table, and I don't have the table. in front of me.
I think where we went earlier in the day was that we adopted something that talked about new funding. And then we agreed that we would put in the report the list of funding mechanisms that had been explored back in April. But we weren't necessarily making those into a recommendation that those be specific funding sources that are used in the raising of new revenues, more that they're a set of potential options. So at this point, we still have a motion on the table to vote on. I would like to call the roll on this unless there's further comment.
I had offered I thought I had made a motion for a friendly amendment. I mean, the motion was made by Mark Watts originally. And
Yes.
I had asked for a friendly amendment to add originally just the RTPAs, and then I would actually now, so.
Okay.
Oh, I thought
I wasn't the maker, I was the second.
okay, well, could someone else second a friendly amendment, or does it have to be the same person who seconded the original amendment?
Or a substitute, was it a substitute motion? Was that what yours was?
I had
I'm getting
asked to
confused. It's been a while ago, so I'm getting confused
okay.
about what.
So what I would propose.
Right now, I know what the motion is that Mark
What
made.
I would have proposed as a substitute motion then, if we're just, is all of what's here, including what's in bold. Because that.
So you're
that
proposing a
addresses-
substitute motion,
Yeah.
and then we would have to have that seconded if it was going to be considered.
Which addresses, I think, the needs across California, including in the Bay Area, allows funding to go where it's needed. And it has the words around where it's needed so that there's some needs basis. that
So
should
does this
be-
accurately represent what you're suggesting is
yeah,
the
the bold
substitute
is
motion?
my
Is there anybody
substitute.
that would second that?
I'll second it.
Okay, so that is now the main motion. We'll vote on this. If this passes, it goes, and then
If not, we go back.
if not, we go back to
Can I
the Mark
request
Watts.
that, rather than do your subsequent motion, can you see if the other one fails first? Because the other one is much broader and leaves more room.
So we'll take a vote on this one first, and then we'll go back to the other one if this one doesn't succeed. Pardon?
We have a substitute motion on the floor. We had it
Second.
by Griffiths and seconded by Balkman. That's going to be highlighted in yellow. If you wouldn't mind highlighting the substitute motion completely in yellow.
All right, we have a substitute motion on the floor. If this is voted down, we return to the original Mark Watts wording in the first motion. If
I'd
this
like
is-
to speak to the second.
Go ahead.
Subsequent motion.
And we can speak to the second, yes.
Speak to the subsequent.
The
motion.
substitute, yes.
So for all the reasons that have been outlined, we don't want to here today in seconds figure out what this is going to look like. There's a lot of unintended consequences. There's a lot of things that need to be hashed out. Us telling the legislators that this is the way it has to be. I can't support that. I'm going to have to vote against this motion.
Thank you. Alex, go ahead. I'd like to move to a vote.
So I think we're all being put in a really bad position here because we wanted to talk about this back in April and every meeting since then. And now we're in the last meeting and I wish we wouldn't have to do. I actually support what Michael brought up is just the list of options. I am very concerned about the first version, which talks about an initial transit stabilization recommendation. And then following that with something that doesn't stabilize transit, I don't believe, in the Bay Area. So that's, I hear you. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I thought that with the new language, it still allows, I don't know if it's RTPAs that's troubling you. I just want to make sure that at least within a region that the funding, this new funding could be spent in a way that addresses the service needs of transit in that region. So I'm not trying to move money around the state, just trying to make sure that how the money flows, at least within a region, could address the transit service needs. So if there's a different way to do that, that maybe makes you feel more comfortable or other transit operators in the southern part of the state, then. But I just
Well-
want you to understand why I'm supporting the substitute motion.
But you don't export that sales tax out of the region.
But if I have to live within county boundaries for a region where people move between counties on transit services, I have a hard time meeting the needs of our transit operators. And this starts with as an initial transit stabilization. So I'm even like having an issue with that because I don't feel without something like the bold, and I'm open to some slightly different, I don't feel that it helps with transit stabilization in our region, in the Bay Area.
Comey?
Yeah, I would be inclined to support the substitute motion because I think in substance, it's no different from the original motion, other than it allows the increment to be available more region-wide through the RTPs that do the allocation anyway. So I think that's the slight difference. So I don't know that it changes the dynamic of the increment across the state, but in larger regions where you have the opportunity to do something different than what the original LTF was doing, I think that's the flexibility that the substitute provides. So I'm inclined to support it.
Okay,
Could we
Mike,
put in something that says, a sentence that says, instead of that bold, that said the allocation methodology would be worked out through the legislative process?
I would second that. I don't think MTC needs to worry. They got enough power. They're getting their bills through, so.
Is that a friendly?
is this a substitute motion to the substitute motion? We can do up to, this is the most we can do, and then we have to go start voting.
And I second that.
Or is it friendly amendment to Griffith's substitute motion?
It can be a substitute motion. I'm
Okay.
looking at our voting guide here, and
Okay.
we can do this, but that'll be the last one we can do before we, okay, so right now we have a substitute motion that's been put out there by Sharon. And it's been seconded. Mike, can you go ahead and call the?
Who
roll?
seconded that?
No second.
Watts?
Oh.
Watts seconded it. Mark
Okay.
Watts seconded it.
We need the
Put
language.
it up on the screen, please, so we can see it. It'll be the second yellow paragraph there that I think it's at the bottom right now.
It froze.
We're typing now and we'll go up in just a second.
Oh, is it frozen?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, because I just want to be clear.
Yes.
And not to be messy here, but can we see that now, that language?
They're trying to get it
Oh,
up on
okay.
the screen. Okay, sorry.
Because if it's open to, if the allocation is open to the legislative process, does that mean we can go outside of the region?
Oh, no, and the allocation methodology will be worked out through the legislative process.
But doesn't that mean you could do it cross-state then? I mean.
Yep.
Okay, so we need to vote on the motions that are before us here. We had an original motion, we had a substitute motion, and then we had a second substitute motion. So we are now on the one that has the SC and Sharon Cooney in front of it. Let's go ahead, and Mike, can you call the roll on this? Speak up.
Thank you. It's the yellow one presented to you right now on the screen. It was a motion by Cooney and seconded by Watts. Ajise?
No.
That was no.
No.
Barnes?
No.
Bockelman?
No.
Cooney?
Yes.
Edison?
No.
Griffiths?
No.
Hance?
No.
Lippman? Lippman?
Yes.
Matute?
Yes.
Miller?
No.
Mo Luna?
Abstain.
Murphy? Paget Seekins? Pimentel?
Abstain.
Powers? Swarza?
Abstain.
Kolkov? Turner?
No.
Watkins?
Abstain.
Watts?
Yes.
White?
Abstain.
4 yeses, motion fails.
Now we go to the second motion that's up there under IG, Ian Griffiths. We will vote on this as the next one. So Mike, would you like to call the roll on this?
Yes, this one is begins with IG. It is up there in bold on your screens. This was motion by Griffiths and then seconded by Bockelman. Ajise?
Yes.
Barnes?
No.
Bockelman?
Yes.
Cooney?
Yes.
Edison?
No.
Griffiths?
Yes.
Hance?
No.
Lippman?
No.
Matute?
Yes.
Miller?
No.
Mo Luna?
Yes.
Murphy?
Yes.
Paget Seekins?
No.
Pimentel?
Abstain.
Powers?
No.
Swarza?
Abstain.
Tolkov?
Abstain.
Turner?
No.
Watkins?
Abstain.
Watts?
Yes.
White?
Abstain.
8 yeses, motion fails.
Okay, now we go back to the initial motion from Mark Watts. Let's call the roll, please.
Okay, so can you highlight that one, please, for us? And if you could scroll down just a bit so they can make sure if it's possible. Okay, thank you. And this was motion by Watts. Who seconded this one?
Me.
Cooney, thank you. This is Watts. Ajise?
No.
Barnes?
No.
Bockelman?
No.
Cooney?
Yes.
Edison?
No.
Griffiths? Hance?
Yes.
Lippman?
Yes.
Matute?
No.
Miller?
No.
Bo Luna?
Yes.
Murphy?
No.
Paget Seekins?
No.
Pimentel?
Abstain.
Powers?
No.
Swarza?
Abstain.
Tolkov?
No.
Turner?
No.
Watkins?
Abstain.
Watts?
Yes.
White?
Abstain.
5 yeses, motion fails.
Okay, well, having gone through this, I'm going to recommend that we take a break here in a moment. I will also mention that the table of sources that we had on April 25th will be included in the report, as we talked about earlier. I would like to go back to, when we get back from the 10-minute break, I would like to go back to the remaining strategies. Yeah, we'll come back to W4. We'll come back to the X and Y and Z as well. And and try to wrap that up before we move on to the remaining sections of the meeting. Let's take a 10-minute break, and we will be back at 2:15. It is now 2:15. Let's go ahead and get everybody to the table so we can see if we have a quorum. Looks like we've got 18 in the room, so let's go ahead and get started. We are now coming back to the capital item that Michael Turner had wanted to develop a motion on, so we will bring that up next. I'm going to recommend that after that, we go back to X1 and X2, which we had held off voting on until we'd had the state funding discussion. Then we go to W4 and Y and Z before, and then it'll complete this agenda item, and we'll move on to the rest of the report. So let's go ahead, Michael, with your motion.
Okay. This goes back to the discussion we had about the new funding sources, and we were talking about. Sorry, I thought you could hear me. We were talking about the fund sources for operations. I just reworked that language a little bit for capital purposes. It makes reference to the report where previously the Cal SDA had identified the need for ridership growth, and that in our eyes would mean a demand for additional capital projects. And then there are other mandates such as SB 375 and the ICT, which could be funded from a capital source. So this is just consistent with the operations language, but just identifying the need for capital funding.
Is that a motion?
Sorry, yes, I'm moving that.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Alex?
Can I make one friendly amendment to say that projects that increase, enhance, and maintain? Can I add and maintain?
Yes.
Thank
That's very friendly.
you.
Increase, comma, enhance. Yeah, good. Discussion, Sharon?
Operations.
That was all operations. We were trying to add capital.
Oh, that's right. I thought we had done.
Are we ready to vote? Mike, please call the roll.
Sure thing. I'm going to read it out for the record. The recommendation, and this would be a new recommendation, implement new state funding mechanisms for transit capital projects that increase, enhance, and maintain transit service and delivers transit service that aligns with the goals of the report and other state mandates. To implement this recommendation, the legislature should consider the multiple new revenue sources identified in the report for transit capital in order to increase usage of transit services. The motion was made by Turner, who took a friendly amendment from Bockelman, and it was seconded by Ajise. We'll start the vote now. Ajise.
Aye.
Barnes.
Aye.
Bockelman. Cooney. Addison.
Abstain.
Griffiths.
Aye.
Hance.
Yes.
Lippman.
Aye.
Matute.
Yes.
Miller.
Yes.
Moluna.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Paget Seekins.
Abstain.
Pimentel.
Aye.
Powers. Powers is absent. Swarza.
Abstain.
Holkoff.
Yes.
Turner.
Yes.
Watkins.
Yes.
Watts.
Yes.
White.
Abstain.
$16 yeses, motion passes.
Okay, let's go back to X1 and X2. Can we please put this up on the screen? Okay, so here we have two recommendations up on the screen. I would entertain a motion on either or both together. Ian,
I will move X1 as written, as I had done before.
do we have a second?
I already seconded.
Okay, it's seconded by Carrie. So if there's no further discussion, let's go ahead and call the roll, Mike.
We're voting on X1. It was a motion by Griffiths and it was seconded by Watkins. And that recommendation is consider additional flexibility in the ability for transit agencies, regions, or voters to place measures on the ballot by allowing transit agencies and regions to have authority to place measures on the ballot for portions of their service areas or entire service area, similar to how cities can place taxes on the ballot without enabling legislation. Ajise.
Aye.
Barnes.
Yes.
Bockelman.
Aye.
Cooney.
Yes.
Edison.
Yes.
Griffiths.
Yes.
Hance.
Yes.
Lippman.
Aye.
Matute.
Yes.
Miller.
Yes.
Mo Luna.
Abstain.
Murphy.
Yes.
Paget Seekins.
Yes.
Is that a yes? Pimentel.
Aye.
Powers.
Yes.
Swarza.
Abstain.
Tolkoff.
Yes.
Turner.
Yes.
Watkins.
Yes.
Watts.
Yes.
White.
Abstain.
Eighteen yeses, motion passes.
Okay, we still have X2 up on the screen. Is there anybody that would like to either move that or modify it so that it could be moved? Sharon? This was proposed earlier, but I can't remember who put this forward earlier. Laura, go ahead.
I think what I was trying to get at here is not locking measures into specific projects, but more about like a proportion or share would go to operations, a share would go to capital, a share would go to, integration programs, whatever it may be. But not kind of locking yourselves into specific projects that may or may not be relevant in 25 years. And being able to then have flexibility to meet whatever needs arise over that time period. Doesn't mean you have to, but it gives you an option.
Comey?
If I understand it's to create some flexibility when measures are put together, but that's tantamount to how measures get put together because it's usually a coalition of ideas that then is sold. So you're locked into something. I'm trying to understand how different is that? Because typically a measure has things that you're selling each stakeholdership that then votes for it. So you're locked into certain things. It's not wide open where you can figure out what you're gonna do with it down the line. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I mean, I feel like, sorry. I think that is exactly how we have gotten into a situation where we have vastly more money for capital projects than local. And so I think what I'm trying to change is sort of like shifting that balance here. I don't know if this is the exact right way, but I'm articulating the goal.
Well, I think the one calculus we always have to make is what can you get passed by the voters? And so that sometimes plays into it as well, so. And then, as mentioned, a coalition of willing who support it.
I'd like to understand if this is ready to be developed as something to vote on, or whether it's something that gets developed later when these kinds of measures come up. I'd like to understand it.
Say I'm fine tabling it until later so that we can get to some of the others.
Okay, so if we are tabling this now, let's go on to W4. Can you please put up on the screen what we developed based on earlier direction? W4 has been rewritten based on earlier direction to say identify opportunities, support regions that reprogram FHWA formula funds for transit uses as allowable by law by matching with state share dollars with a specific focus on helping eliminate the backlog in a statewide unobligated balance to maximize overall revenue to the state via the August redistribution process. Is there a discussion? Kome?
Well, I was gonna move it.
Okay, thank you.
Matute, second.
Chair
Powers,
Edison,
go ahead.
yeah, just help me, my staff notes here are that Caltrans can do this right now anyway if they want to. Is that true?
Yes, they can.
Then
But-
why are
There's
we
still
doing
an
this?
Article
Hang on,
19.
I have the mic here, okay? Can I finish? Can I finish this discussion? Thank you. What's that?
I'm responding to.
I have the mic.
They said yes.
Okay, so Chad,
Yes.
take your turn. Chad, back to you, the question to you, Chair Edison, does Caltrans have the authority to do this right now?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Within the eligible grant programs that allow it, they could do it. So depends on the project, right? There are projects on which this could be done today. Should the region have, should the state shift its share into some of those projects?
But I think the point of this recommendation is it's making a pointed directive on where this money goes. So it's not left to the discretion of the department, which may not do this if not asked to do it. So-
Right, this is speaking to what the department would be directed to do as a result of these issues being addressed at the local level. I mean, the main analysis that's been done is that, the state has no shortage of things on its share with which it can seek that August redistribution. It has so many projects that are in its backlog that it can move things forward and obligate them and get that distribution. It's at the regional level where we have the biggest backlogs, and those vary across, county and part of the state. But it's that if that moves faster into obligation, then the suggestion here is that there's a reward in the state then helping to make up for what has been deferred to a future year by moving on to transit with state share dollars. So that's the basic direction here. Kate?
In terms of the FHWA funds, those that go into the STIP are restricted to not funding rolling stock. And so I'm wondering, is this where, because it funds stations, it funds facilities, but it will not fund rolling stock. Is this where we could make that change on this one, or do you still?
The federal highway dollars don't have that restriction. So
No, but if they
the
roll
state-
into the STIP,
It's still federal.
They're
they're
still
still
federal. in the state.
federal, and so
Yeah.
there's, okay, so it's just the state
yes.
funds. Okay.
Yeah.
So where do we put that change?
Well, that's not what this is about, but.
Oh, yeah, no, I know
yeah,
that. I'm
okay.
still just
Yeah.
wanting to remind you that I would like to make move a motion to make the state funds more flexible.
Right.
And also, it's a challenge to get state-only funds too, right? So when we make that change, I'd like to make sure that we define that somehow.
Let's go ahead and take that up after Y and Z. So
Okay.
that'll be a recommendation to make a change the constitutional restriction on this. And if you want to give us some language for that, we can put it up on the screen after Y and Z. So we had a motion on W4.
I
Or,
just wanted to ask
sorry, go
you-
ahead, Sharon.
If this were to go into effect, is that money that gets paid back?
Yeah, there is,
But with interest, right? Isn't there a requirement?
no, that's not it would not be a loan. It would be an opportunity to, generally speaking, the unobligated balance is the projects are not ready to expend, that the regions have set. They've already got an idea of what they want to fund. It's just they're not ready to go to FHWA for obligation. If you reprogrammed that money, that project that was like potentially going to get those formula dollars would now not get it. So the state share backfill and using the AR would allow us to potentially make that project that lost it whole and also increase the overall amount of dollars that flow into the state while potentially monkeying around with the exact 60-40 distribution of projects. And I think that answers your question, but let me know if not.
We have a motion and a second. Mike, can you go ahead and call the vote on this?
Yes, I will. We had the proposed W4, which has already been read out for the record as stated. That was a motion by Ajise and that was seconded by Matute. Ajise.
Aye.
Barnes.
Aye.
Bockelman.
Aye.
Cooney.
Aye.
Edison.
Aye.
Griffiths.
Aye.
Cantz.
Aye.
Lippman.
Aye. Aye.
Matute.
Yes.
Miller.
Aye.
Mo Luna.
Aye.
Murphy.
Yes.
Paget Seekins.
Yes.
Pimentel. Powers.
Yes.
Swarza.
Abstain.
Polkoff.
Yes.
Turner.
Yes.
Watkins.
Yes.
Watts.
Yes.
White.
Abstain.
Next, we're going to bring up.
19 yeses for the record.
Sorry.
Motion passes.
Next, we're going to bring up the recommendations under Y and Z. And so these were discussed briefly earlier. This is strategy Y, generate new revenue through value capture. Strategy Z, create new revenue through efficiencies and higher ridership service offerings. And so at this point, we'd like to, we didn't have a lot of proposals to either eliminate or trim or increase these. We'd like to go ahead and see if there's any discussion, further discussion, and also whether there's any motion to bring them forward for a vote. Laurel Maluna, go ahead.
Just a quick question. Are any of these recommendations, are they going to be duplicative of what's on the table? Because I thought the table was going to be kind of inclusive of new revenue sources. I thought value capture was, but I don't recall the table.
Yeah,
exactly.
certainly the table and the managed lane, the managed lanes one, was certainly in the table, and I don't think, so that would be Y2, like it, had an estimate of how many like miles of managed lanes. Y1 would not have been in the table if I'm recalling correctly. And Y3 would certainly not, and has its own independent utility because there's been certainly challenges reported by many agencies in leveraging increment financing tools in a large amount. It's been hard to get these established in the post redevelopment world. I think in the preamble we've written for the report, we sort of talked about there are different mechanisms for revenue and sort of separating out the raising of new revenue via taxes and fees from the creation, the creation of value and the capturing of that value was separated out in the preamble. But there is some overlap, but I don't think substantive overlap.
Michael Turner, next.
Yeah, on Y2, I can't remember if in the table from the previous meeting, if there was a discussion about other modes of pricing. But because Y2 focuses on managed lanes, and if we don't have something in the previous table, I'd want to add, you say explore opportunities to allocate revenue from managed lanes and other forms of pricing in California's most congested routes.
I think we can take that and Ritu, can you capture that?
Melissa?
Just on Y2, I would, just as a technical recommendation, add the CTC to the responsible entity since they're in charge of approving tolling. And also, I think we discussed prior about the sections that dealt with possible legal problems with toll. I think there's still a lot of questions around what toll revenue can be used for under federal law. And so I don't know that that was discussed in the other appendix.
Yeah, we definitely have in the appendix and the detail, the challenge, some of the hinting at the challenges around where, right, what is an allowable use of toll revenue versus toll credits and whatnot, and what can or cannot be allowed.
Michael Pimentel, followed by Mark Watts.
Yeah, very brief comment on Y2. I'm just going to make a recommendation. It'll probably be something we bring up as the motion moves forward to strike the word expand. Just keep it flexible so that we're investing in transit service. That may be an acknowledgement that for some regions that investment looks like maintaining service that already exists. And in other regions maybe in fact to expand.
So your recommendation is replace expand with invest in, to invest in transit services? Okay.
Fund to
Or to fund, yeah. Mark Watts, followed by Michael Turner.
Thank you. I'm a little confused, and I probably should have just had a sidebar. But all the managed lanes I've worked on dating back to 1989, 1991 and all that, all the statutes that we have authorizing them required reinvestment in transit in the corridor. For example, the 91 corridor. So I'm just kind of puzzled why we need to do that, 30 years later.
There's certainly, in terms of newer managed lanes and working to get tolling authorization from FHWA, there have been a number of questions raised.
Okay.
But existing practice, certainly, as Michael Turner has mentioned, it does dedicate significant revenue to transit. We've certainly had a lot of questions. We've worked to expand managed and price lanes facilities in the state on what is and is not an allowable use. I can share some more detailed reports in a.
So
yeah,
instead of explore opportunities, how about support the allocation of support policies that it doesn't matter to me, I don't care.
It was trying to be diplomatic.
Melissa, go ahead. Nothing, okay. Okay, do we have a motion on Y1 through 3? And if we're ready to do it, Z1 and 2 also, or do we just want to take Y1 through 3? A motion on either.
I'd so move.
Mark?
3.
Okay, so we have Y1 through 3, a motion by Mark Watts. I'll second. Second by Eli Lippman. Any further discussion? Mike, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you, Chad. So we have Y1, 2, and 3 as written. Motion by Watts, seconded by Lippman. I will read Y1 as presented in the report. Y3 is written in the report. Y2 was modified to state, explore opportunities to allocate revenue from managed lanes and other forms of pricing in California's most congested regions to fund transit service, giving travelers reliable alternatives to driving alone. Y1, 2, and 3. Ajise. Ajise is absent. Barnes.
Yes.
Bockelman. Cooney. Edison.
Yes.
Griffiths.
Yes.
Hance.
Yes.
Lippman.
Aye.
Matute.
Yes.
Miller.
Yes.
Luna.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Paget Seekins.
Yes.
That was yes. Pimentel.
Aye.
Powers.
Yes.
Swarza.
Abstain.
Tolkoff.
Yes.
That was yes. Turner.
Yes.
Watkins.
Yes.
Watts.
Aye.
White.
Abstain.
18 yeses, motion passes.
Okay, now I'd like to put up on the screen strategy Z, creating new revenue through efficiencies and higher ridership service offerings. 2 items are in the deck here. The first is Z1, allowing agencies to retain state grant funding if projects come in under budget as an incentive. And the other one is allowing agencies to borrow against future STA and LTF or other state share revenue for projects. Any discussion on these or any motion to move them forward? Laurel Molina.
Thank you. I am actually, well, for Z1, are we referring to only state competitive grant funding? And could it be used for only capital? I mean, assuming, the grant program?
Yeah, so the idea on this proposal is for that to be only usable on the same types of projects that were otherwise eligible for that funding source. So if it was a competitive funding source, to have it required to be spent on similar types of projects, but allowing the savings to go into basically expanded scope within the eligibility.
Okay, and then in terms of state funding, as in TDA funds, what RTPAs do now currently is if there's excess funding, it's considered deferred revenue and it has to go back to the RTPA and back into the general pot. So would there still be that flexibility for the regions to administer that? Or maybe we should just specify.
Z1 was really just dealing with the state discretionary grant
Okay,
side
so
of
maybe we
things.
should-
Yes.
If I may just request an amendment to that to specify to retain state discretionary grant funding.
Yeah, we could modify that to say state discretionary grant funding.
And then for Z2, I'm actually just curious if anyone has ever borrowed against or considered borrowing against future STA or LTF throughout the state. If anyone knows of any agencies who've.
I don't think we have anybody answering that in the affirmative. But we have other people who want to comment. Amy Hance and then Mark Watts.
Thank you, Chad. I took a small unofficial poll over here, and none of the operators here have ever or would ever borrow against. And it's, again, non-scientific. But I do want to say, much like Alex, I think, mentioned earlier, that if this is considered some sort of revenue source or some way to bolster sort of what we have in the bank, and we all can't do it, I'd like it to go away. If it's a potential for somebody, I don't want to get in the way of that particular option, but I don't want anybody to think that this is a way for us to boost our revenue to help us provide higher ridership, like it says.
Again, just to kind of clarify on the concept, it's not allowed, nobody's done it because it's non-allowable. And you could maybe get a bank to think you're going to get this money eventually. I think one of the goals here was to leverage some of the balance source and the known future allocations to let projects that may have taken multiple years worth of allocations and revenues to happen sooner, and or expenditures that are needed to do certain, with especially an eye towards projects that may generate efficiencies, but may not be on the priority list for any one given year, and allowing some financial float. Certainly a tool in the toolbox. It's not, gonna change everything, but it was designed to be responsive to that need we heard, but is by no means the, as big as some of the other things we've discussed in today's conversation.
Alex?
See, I had a question on Z1, I guess on the allow agencies to retain state discretionary grants. I don't necessarily have an issue with it, but does that just mean that people ask for more than they need so that they can retain some of the money? I don't know. It just seems kind of, again, I don't feel that Z1 or Z2 help us very much with the transformation that we're trying to get. So I worry a little bit about having them on the list and unintended consequences.
Sharon?
Well, I think also there's some other, in SB 125, the things we're supposed to be looking at. This one's under effective and cost-effective running, or through efficiencies and higher ridership service offering. I think what they're just trying to say is, we will let you keep the fruits of your good budgeting, or your, ability to get the project done cheaper than you thought you were. I don't think it's gonna solve anybody's funding issues, but it's more towards the other goals of that this report's supposed to be addressing.
Laurel, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Z2 is actually considered more of a creative, like, financing option, because, I mean, we've, many agencies have bonded against their local measures and the such, and that's how I interpret it as. So although no one has ever tried it, I mean, if it's an option, perhaps, but, maybe there's no harm in leaving it.
Any further discussion? Does anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to move the two of them.
Griffith, second.
Okay, Mike, would you like to call the roll?
Sure. Who seconded that motion? Griffiths, thank you. This is voting on Z1 and Z2. I will read out Z1 because it has changed from the report. Z1, allow agencies to retain state grant and discretionary funding if projects come in under budget as incentive available to be used on an eligible project within the same program without recompeting. Z2 is as written in the staff report. Ajise is absent. Barnes.
Abstain.
Bockelman.
Abstain.
Cooney.
Aye.
Edison.
Yes.
Griffiths.
Yes.
Hance.
No.
Littman. Littman is absent. Matute.
Yes.
Miller.
Abstain.
Moluna.
Aye.
Murphy.
Yes.
Paget Seekins. Was that a no? Pimentel.
Aye.
Aye, yes. Powers.
Yes.
Swarza.
Abstain.
Polkoff.
Yes.
Turner.
Yes.
Watkins.
Yes.
Watts.
Yes.
White.
Abstain.
12 yeses, motion fails.
Okay, so we're gonna move on. We have Kate Miller had a recommendation on the table that she was preparing related to the Article 19. And it's up on the screen. would you like to just discuss this or describe, see if it meets what you had expected? And then we can see if there's a motion for it.
Can I clarify something? It's not specific. I mean, Article 19 is clearly one of the barriers, but it's not specific to Article 19. I just want to make sure that we have the ability to use all transportation funds for transit to give it the absolute flexibility. And granted, Article 19 is a particular hurdle because it is a constitutional amendment requirement. So I mean, I can't tell you if there's any other fund sources where there's this kind of restriction, but I'm sure there are.
Any discussion or motion on this measure? Laurel?
Laurel Pajasikins, Public Advocates. Kate, you're suggesting changing the wording to be something like addressing all legislative and constitutional barriers to like eligibility and allow maximum flexibility?
I'd be more inclined to say make, because there's some, there's definitely guidelines that can be restrictive under certain competitive grant funds. So I think what we should add on there is to support the legislature and the administration to allow for maximum flexibility to transportation funds to make sure that they're eligible for transit. I mean, I could write this way better than I'm saying it. And, obviously Article 19 is going to be the biggest hurdle, but. All right. It's being completely unclear.
Mark?
Sorry, I'm not sure if an amendment has to be in the same vein as the underlying motion, but I would make sure Article 19 is completely stricken from that thought process in that language. You couldn't hear me? It was green. Well, I'll just jump into it and forget it. I would strike amendments to Article 19, just say to look for the means to allow maximum flexibility to transit agencies and take Article 19 out of the equation.
So, yeah.
Maybe what we can do then is, I agree with the amendment, but to put in parentheses down below, e.g. Article 19 as an example, in parenthetically after the paragraph.
Any discussion? Is there? Go ahead, Mark.
Is that a friendly amendment to my?
I think we're still in discussion. We haven't moved anything yet. Sharon? Did you have oh, okay. Okay, so we're still in discussion on this item. Is there any desire to move it?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have Miller motioning to,
I'll make the motion to move it forward.
oh, Amy, okay, and then Laura is second. Okay, Laura Tokoff second. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Okay, the motion is a new recommendation. The legislature should look for means to allow maximum flexibility to transit agencies when expanding state funds, e.g. Article 19, and that's when expending state funds. Okay. The motion was made by Hanson, seconded by Tolkoff. Ajise is absent. Barnes.
Yes.
Bockelman,
Yes.
Cooney,
Yes.
Edison,
Abstain.
Griffiths,
Yes.
Ants,
Yes.
Littman,
Yes.
Tay, Miller,
Yes.
Bo Luna,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Paget Seekins,
Yes.
Pimentel,
Aye.
Powers,
Yes.
Swarza,
Abstain.
Tolkoff,
Yes.
Turner,
Yes.
Watkins,
Yes.
Watts,
Not voting and I'm resigning from the commission.
You're not voting, so abstain. White,
Abstain.
5, 6. 16 yeses, motion passes.
Okay, we now have proposals on the table that are from Laura Tolkoff. And so based on your earlier discussion around, I think, strategies, let's go ahead and have that discussion.
It's late in the day, everybody, so I'm aware. Okay, I think generally, I provided some comments and language to modify and or add strategies that, I think are reflective of the conversations that we've had today and the amendments that we've made to the recommendations. Primarily, what these are attempting to do is to set expectations as to the timeframes in which we would start to see outcomes from the recommendations and really set expectations about what problems these recommendations would solve, because I think there is some danger in expecting value, setting out that value capture is going to provide the scale of funding that we need and the time that we need it, and would solve near-term funding solutions, and that is just not the case. And so I think what I was asking for and what is reflected here are just modifications to, let's go to the amend the following strategies, are intended to simply put forward those timeframes and outcomes of what would be expected on our path to transformation. So some of these I think have already been to some degree incorporated, for instance, through Michael Pimentel's recommendation. But maybe I'll just take these one by one. Reprogramming and refocusing existing revenues with the addition of to address mid to long-term funding needs, shift to a new business model, and invest in transformation. This is trying to recognize that reprogramming and refocusing existing revenues is going to take time, and it is probably not at the scale that is needed to address near-term operating or capital needs. Many agencies, I think, program some of those funds way out in advance. And so unless the state does indeed backfill, it will be quite challenging to reprogram those funds. The second one is supporting local communities in raising revenues to address mid to long-term funding needs, shift to a new business model, and invest in transformation. The third is generate new revenue through value capture and specifically economic development near transit stations to boost long-term financial sustainability and grow ridership. Again, reflecting that this is not a solution to a near-term problem. And also typically that housing, while we also need it, is not going to generate significant revenues for agencies. The next one is focused on efficiencies. The original language was to create new revenue through efficiencies and high ridership service offerings. Here, the recommendation is to modify that. So The intention is to, minimize negative impacts on service and safety. And so it's recognizing some of the policy trade-offs of those efficiencies. And then taking part of that into a new strategy, which is around rebalancing existing resources to expand high ridership and high productivity service offerings. I don't know how you want to handle this discussion. But the whole idea here is not to create new recommendations for each of these strategies, but rather to just modify the
Yeah,
existing strategies.
I would recommend that we have no more than 10 minutes of discussion on this, and then we take counsel from the task force on whether there's general support for restructuring the strategies to recommend, to have some of this language in them. But let's have a discussion first. Laurel, go ahead.
Laurel Pajasikyan, Public Advocates. Laura, my question for you is, are you attached to all of them, given that I think we just didn't vote through some of the recommendations would fall under the bottom one? So if there aren't any recommendations in a strategy, what's your solution for that?
Yeah, if there aren't any, since the conversation today has evolved in certain ways, I would say just strike it. And then, for instance, under the new strategies, I think we already covered that through your recommendation earlier and Michael's recommendations earlier.
Sharon, go ahead.
Laura, could you please tell, what page is this on?
I submitted it as a letter. I believe there are printouts that staff have, and I think they're just showing it on screen for discussion.
Well, but you have underline and strike out, so you're underlining and
That is
striking
in
out.
my letter that is being passed out.
These are the existing strategies that she's added to. So like today, there's a strategy that says generate new revenue through value capture, and then she's added to that what's in blue.
And that's why I'm asking
Yeah.
what page is this on in the report? In the document, sorry, which tranche?
It's all tranche 3.
These are all
Okay.
tranche 3. This is all on the same agenda item that we're on right now, which is tranche 3 report. Michael Turner.
Yeah, this kind of relates to something I've been thinking about, which is, I know there was a letter from MTC a while ago. I'm sorry. This relates not to the specifics of what's in here, but this relates to something I was thinking about, which is that there was a letter from, I think, the Bay Area agencies a while ago. We are, I think it's not a surprise, considering a letter to the task force kind of based on what happens today. There was I know there's been maybe some input from other agencies, but is there a way to incorporate letters from task force members into the report? Or I don't, maybe, it's like a way to incorporate, I mean, because we're all, voting on things, but I'm wondering if there's another way to incorporate letters from task force members into a final report somehow.
Yes, certainly. I mean, those letters are posted online and on the 125 website with the current draft report, and will be posted online with the full one. Is there like more, you're requesting like that there be, just so I understand, like sort of we have the CalSTA report that we will release, and then the sort of like the LA Metro, the Michael Turner letter,
So the Stephanie Wiggins letter.
Apologies, because I think really it would be the administrative record that we're going to be posting online of all the comments. Probably where that is, but open to suggestions.
Yeah, because I think it would be worth considering a way to make sure that you have a mechanism
for task force members if they want to submit individual letters. Like, I think in our case, we might highlight things that we think are very important, right? But I think and I'm thinking like, rather than go through some of the specifics of this, like an hour before we're supposed to adjourn on the last day, I'm wondering if there's a way that we can incorporate letters from task force members in particular into something that the legislature can see what individual agencies think. So,
Yeah, I think we could certainly like carve out in the website, like the various task force letters versus just the general public, all the letters we've gotten. Yeah. I think the thing that we are trying to get through here is like, do you need us to make these shifts to the strategies in the main body of the report more so than the overall, there's a lot in Laura's letter, no offense intended, but this was like the one thing that really we needed your collective feedback on. But we can do.
Alex, go ahead.
I think we're all tired, so I don't necessarily have, I like what Laura's put together, but just maybe for the sake of time, we do need the new strategies to go with what we voted on earlier. So maybe we could just focus on whether that language goes with what we voted on earlier, or do we have some language for what we voted on earlier? So maybe instead of trying to amend the other strategies right now, I don't know, that's one idea.
I just wanted to offer that maybe 5 or 6 months ago, when we initially had sort of a conversation of how do we want a framework for the funding recommendations to look like, they were organized by near term, midterm, and long term. But it seems like we never came back to that framework either.
Ian, go ahead.
I am not opposed to these, but I also really want to get to the next item on the agenda. And I do think most of the important parts of what Laura has proposed has already been addressed with the addition of the new strategies around new funding. I think we still need a name for that strategy. I don't think and like a letter for that, like new operating funding strategy. So that's up for discussion. But the first bullet under amended strategies, that was W, and we only have one. We didn't vote, 3 of them we got rid of, and we only have 1 left, and it's very specific, and this doesn't reflect what that means. So I would say that I wouldn't support that new phrasing for the one strategy we have under W. The next one down, I don't think it's essential. I support it, but I would like to move on. And then the other one that's no longer relevant is the second to last one, which because we didn't actually adopt any under Z. Although we would have, but then we lost a task force member, so that's a shame because we were very close. So I would like to, I guess I would like to move on, and unless someone wants to second this, I think we can live with, I think a lot of what you're asking for has been reflected in the other comments that have already been received.
I mean, we can offer to make sure that, appropriate strategies are modified in a way that reflects kind of the work that we've done today, when we do the final report, to make them clear and but whether we need to adopt any of these or not, I think we can decide if we want to vote on that or not. We have Laurel Paget-Seekins and Alex Bockelman, followed by Laura. Okay, or not. Laurel?
Laura Paget-Seekins, Public Advocates. Yeah, I mean, I think the piece that Laura is recommending that I don't think has really come through is some way to frame out the timeframes and like indicate what is in what time frame, and whether it's in the strategies or some other place in the report. I do strongly second that as being important information for us to convey in terms of when we think these strategies will actually create revenue is a very important thing to convey. So how exactly that's done when you're sort of when we're rebucketing the new recommendations that we passed today, I leave to the staff, but I definitely think that that's really important.
Yeah, this was just sample language, but if you read the letter, the intent is really setting the right expectations for the audience about when these things will or will not deliver results and who else has responsibility during those time periods.
Right now, the main place that could get incorporated in the report in a straightforward way would be in the implementation language where we are finalizing that. So I think we can offer to put, put indication of time frame there where it's possible to indicate that. Eli?
And I was just gonna suggest like moving essentially what you just said, which is including these timeframes and formally recommending it so it is included. I mean, I feel as if the economic development piece near transit stations is included in other recommendations, but if it's not, I do think that we don't have a good strategy statewide to encourage this like we do or like we see in other places and what we researched when you share the research in other location.
Michael, go ahead.
So Michael Pimentel with the California Transit Association. Just wanted to observe, I think a lot of good work went into what Laura's put together, and I agree with Ian's perspective. I think a lot has been incorporated in the report so far, and just naturally how our conversation has evolved. But to the observation that, more specificity on exactly the availability of funds and how they can be used to address the various short, midterm, and long-term considerations that we've spoken about in this meeting, I think it would make sense for us to try to find a way to include some additional specificity as the report is being finalized. And then I do want to just speak to Michael Turner's recommendation, which is, I don't think necessarily recommendation for modifications to the report so much as kind of complementary information that's provided alongside the report. I can very reasonably see a scenario where we would include as an appendix the communications that were provided as kind of final closeout to this report, just recognizing that if you've been part of this process, there are certain things that you loved, there are certain things that you probably didn't like. And this is an opportunity for us as task force members to talk about those things. Would encourage, of course, that we all remain kind of above board and are showing the faith in this process. But there are going to be certain areas where there's some disagreement, and that may be relevant for the record for the legislature to consider. And so that would be, I think, an encouragement on my part to try to find a way to bolt that on more than just on the website. Website will take that additional step. I think transmitted alongside is something that gives folks all the information that they need.
Yeah, so we will take that recommendation as something that we can look for a way to pass on the letters that are related to the report from task force members. I think that's something we can find a way to do, whether it's with the report delivery or right after it, as folks develop those. We had one final item on transit fleet and asset management, AA2, to bring back. This was drafted in response to earlier requests for an additional item under strategy AA. So this is, and then we'll move on to the other agenda items, which I think are fairly brief. AA2 is to facilitate the statewide coordination to address zero emission vehicles and related technologies not in service due to lack of OEM support and so forth. Anybody ready to move that? Is there any discussion on it? Eli, go ahead.
I'll move it.
Motion by Eli Whitman. Anybody second?
I'll second Watkins.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and call roll on this.
Thank you. AA2, as written in the agenda item, it was motioned by Lippman and it was seconded by Watkins. Ajise is absent. Barnes.
No.
Bockelman.
Abstain.
Cooney.
Abstain.
Edison.
Yes.
Griffiths.
Yes.
Hance.
No.
Lippman.
Yes.
Matute.
Yes.
Miller.
Abstain.
Luna.
Yes.
Murphy.
Abstain.
Pageant Seekins.
Abstain.
Pimentel.
Abstain.
Powers.
No.
Swarza.
Abstain.
Kolkoff.
Abstain.
Turner. Abstain. Watkins. Watts is absent. White.
Abstain.
6 yeses, motion fails.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of this agenda item. We are now ready to move on to the next item on the agenda. This is the staff report discussion, possible action on service fare scheduling, mapping, and wayfinding recommendations. I'll start with the staff report. We'll take public comment, and then we'll have discussion and possible action. Thank you.
All right, our two topic areas we'll be covering very quickly are service and fare coordination or integration between transit agencies, coordinating scheduling and mapping and wayfinding between transit agencies. I want to note that this is in addition to the previously approved recommendations and is in response to the October 28th, 2024 meetings with the initial works, and then the additional discussion we had in our August 26th meeting. With that, we developed two fundamental strategies based on your feedback, which was empowering the regions to lead on fare, service, mapping, and wayfinding coordination, and ensuring state support for those actions. Within Strategy ZZ, which is empowering the regions to lead, we have two recommendations. One related to creating, which is wordy because we wanted to be very flexible in how this could be interpreted and implemented, but wanted to think about having this done at a regional level per the direction and discussion at the task force. So it is the legislature could consider requiring and funding multi-operator regions to identify a regional body, lead agency, or collaborative operators with a responsibility to define the service goals of the transit network, identify the key hubs and corridors where routes and time connections are most important to riders, and consider the most effective methods for timetable updates among participating transit agencies. And then ZZ2, which is on the fare policy side of that similar equation, which is recommend regions, a lead agency, or collaborative operators facilitate fare policy discussions with a goal of increasing ridership and revenue, building on what has been done before. The second set of strategies is strategy AAA, which is ensuring state support, which is a number of tools and technical assistance related recommendations that we received from this group and the task force, where the state would require opt-in technical support for these goals. These are all new and have been based on extensive conversation at the task force. With that, I will conclude my presentation and we can go to public comment.
It is now time for public comment. Does anyone in the audience like to make a public comment? Seeing no one in the audience, Rachel, do you have anyone on Zoom that would like to make a public comment?
Not seeing any raised hands. Would anyone on the Zoom like to make a public comment? I do see a raised hand now, and I'll pass it over to Adina. Just a reminder, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, Dina Levin with Seamless Bay Area. Is my audio okay? If it's not, I will turn off the connection on a phone.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Very good. Glad to see these recommendations come back after some refinement following the comment. I do think it is useful and helpful for there to be policy and support at the state level for these types of coordination initiatives that can increase transit ridership by improving convenience. One thing that is important is to identify and enable funding to support these initiatives. For the entirety of the funding doesn't need to come from the state, but some support from the state would be helpful, as well as the technical support from the state. And also want to encourage the interface between the schedule coordination, which is operational, and service-led planning, which is making the connection between having a well-coordinated a operating system as a goal and to use that to direct the capital planning. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more raised hands, so that concludes our public comment. Oh, we have one raised hand now. I'll pass it over to Carl, and I'll unmute you now.
Thank you. This is Carl Sidoric, task force member, unable to be there here today in the room. I do not support the first item requiring another governmental agency to be involved in coordination between public transit operators. I think we can coordinate well enough on our own. Adding another level of bureaucracy will not increase efficiency to the process. So that concludes my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment on Zoom.
Thank you, Rachel. That concludes public comments.
Now I'd like to bring these two strategies forward for discussion and any motions that people would like to make. So let's go ahead and have a conversation in the room, try to keep this efficient. Ian Griffiths, go ahead.
Ian Griffiths. I submitted some proposed changes to basically the first recommendation here, breaking it down and making it, there's quite a lot in that first recommendation, ZZ1. So there's copies being handed out right now of my proposal to make it clearer and break it into, break what is currently ZZ1 into what's shown on the page, if you have it in green, of ZZ1, it should say ZZ3 and ZZ4. I've left ZZ2, otherwise in blue is just existing wording. So the blue just means like that's, ZZ2 is more or less unchanged. And I've done this because, I've proposed this because I think it just, right now, the only, this is, as I've stated before, like this has been the topic that members of the public have probably commented on more than anything else. And currently this report simply says, well, the legislature could consider doing these things, but it doesn't provide very much instruction as to how to go about doing it. I think it will be more helpful if, so what I proposed as ZZ1, the first step is really to define California's transit coordination regions and identify a suitable lead transit coordinating entity within each region that would be responsible. And that's the reason for that, and why it's important is it is not always, the region is large, the state is large. It's not always necessarily the MPO or the RTPA that's best positioned to act in that role. It could be a transit agency, it could be a county, it could be some kind of different entity in different parts of the state. And that's a first required step, and that I would like to see, led by the state, by CalSTA, in order for anyone later down the road to propose actual legislation or for us to fund these things. So that's my proposal for ZZ1 as a replacement. And again, to consider the most effective and appropriate regional boundaries within which to advance transit coordination. The ZZ3 that I've proposed is to provide state funding for regional integration programs, recognizing the value that has. I think there should be a standalone funding recommendation. And especially as we're considering new funding sources, this is something that could be a specific programming of that funding, as well as to make perhaps existing uses of funding, eligible for programs such as fare integration. And then lastly, ZZ4, what I propose as ZZ4 is the actual step of the legislature could consider, the act of actually empowering these entities once they've been identified, and assuming there's funding for those entities, the actual act of empowering with clear mandates and sufficient resources is what I proposed as ZZ4 in a more limited way.
Okay, thank you for introducing those concepts. Let's go ahead and see if there's further discussion on these items. Eli, you have your tent up. You want to go?
Yeah, thank you, Eli Levin-Mouvelet. I want to second these. I think we are, in other countries, there's levels of service where you have 2-minute headways, and it doesn't matter that service is integrated, because if you miss one bus or miss one train, the next one's coming, and we're not there. And I experienced this morning. I got off the train that Metro is running, and the bus that LAX was supposed to get me to the airport never showed up. And I think riders are struggling with service coordination, fare integration, mapping and wayfinding. We're struggling with that right now with the big mega events and the Olympics coming up. And how do we communicate that and share good wayfinding for people in all kinds of languages? And so I think there's a real need for this. And I think we see examples from other countries. And I see this as a real opportunity to do more seamless integration. So I would second that. I would second these adaptations.
Okay, so we are right now still in discussion. We've been talking about ZZ1, ZZ2, and the AAA strategies or in recommendations.
And I love that we made it to AAA.
And we can continue having discussion about the whole group of these, including what Ian has also discussed. Bob Powers, you're up next.
It sounds good on paper, I would say, Chad, but I would caution the state and CalSTA it sounds like you want to get involved in our collective bargaining agreements. And so,
to be clear, ZZ1 is not saying anything about CalSTA getting involved. It's talking about regional bodies doing this.
Okay.
Okay, so let me separate what's been the staff recommendation, the staff report
So which
from
one
what
are we looking at,
from what
Chad?
Ian
Chad, are
Griffiths
we
is.
looking at this one or the staff one that you had up there first?
We're looking at all of it. So
Okay.
nothing's been motioned yet. Ian was just describing in his discussion, like what his proposal is to further clarify all of this, but there still is the staff report on the table. And then Ian has also introduced additional content.
Copy that. So I'll go one level higher, Chad. So in the Bay Area, we've done a nice job of coordinating and syncing up our schedules. And we've done that collaboratively. And it has been no easy feat. I have 5 unions, 5 different collective bargaining, numerous side agreements, right? Same thing with AC Transit, same thing with Caltrans, same thing with Muni. And we've navigated that. But to come in for somebody to suggest to come in and force that, then whoever the they is, and I'm not saying it's you, Chad, whoever the they is, they're inserting themselves into our labor contracts. That's how when we make up our bids, right? And we go to shift our bids and staff our, and the coordination and what we're doing with time meets and what we're doing with BPD and the OA and the MA and our staffing, whoever's doing that is inheriting that responsibility and the risk associated with that. So, I would just be very careful here because it looks good on paper, but, be careful what you ask for, you meaning these recommendations, because there's a lot in these that we're in the middle of, and many other agencies in the state with their collective bargaining agreements. So anyway, labor, capital L, plays a big role in some of these recommendations that are listed up here.
Other comments? Sharon Cooney?
Yeah, I actually don't like any of these. I don't like the addition of another layer of bureaucracy. And I also don't like the state spending money on things that are nice to haves for a statewide concept, but really we all do this already. So we are already, for instance, have our way of verifying, age verification for low income or whatever fair programs we've got in our area. So I wouldn't be enamored with the idea of spending our scarce transit resources on the items in AA3 or AAA.
Alex?
As we've talked too much, anyways, I just want to support, you know, whether it's what you had originally or what Ian is putting, he's put a lot more detail. I support both of them. The Bay Area letter did talk about, you know, supporting empowering regions on these service coordination elements. And I certainly think that through the leadership of many of our transit operators, I think we've shown that this, through the Big Sync or through Clipper Bay Pass or Clipper Start, I think we've shown that the customers really respond, and we're seeing, you know, 30% higher ridership when we've done certain things. And so, and I think it is hard. You know, I know all the transit operators spend money on these individual things, but sometimes it costs a little bit more to coordinate across them. And so I do think having some funds that can help support that is helpful. So I guess I just want to support these set of initiatives.
Ian?
I just want to clarify that just in response to what Bob said, you know, definitely with ZZ1, I'm not I'm not proposing that the state play, you know, that the state be responsible for transit coordination. The recommendation, the strategy is empower regions to lead on-site fair service. ZZ, the name of the recommendation is empower regions. That's consistent with, I think, the letter that was submitted as well as the discussion that we had last time. So these are just a series of, I think the original ZZ, but I think my refinements as well are just trying to clarify the process of how we actually position regions to succeed, and in particular, have clear roles and responsibilities of who does what within each region, which again, during this task force has come up many, many times as one of the key challenges. So it is a regions-led approach that I support and that I think has been the gist of this discussion, and not having the state in any way come in and dictate how transit coordination should be in any specific region. But are we ready for a motion or?
Well, I see more cards up, so Michael Turner, go ahead.
I think the problem you get into is that this is a very diverse state, and what may work in the Bay Area may not work in the Central Valley or Southern California or San Diego. And if you're talking about empowering regions and selecting, you're still ending up with, if you're not creating a new entity, then you're selecting from amongst existing ones. And so I don't know what this adds, right? And take, for example, in our region, you know, we have SCAG, which has an MPO function and a planning function, but it also has members from, like, you know, Brawley or Yucaipa or 29 Palms. Do you want them making decisions about transit service to LAX? And vice versa, you wouldn't want somebody from the western part of Los Angeles County making decisions about transit service in San Bernardino County. So I don't know, I don't quite understand what this is adding, right? I mean, and I don't know how you apply something like this in a way that works across the state. So I understand the objective of trying to get better coordination, but if you're not creating a new entity, you're back to selecting from existing entities, and there's a lot of that that's already going on. So I don't see what's really being added by this.
Juan Matute.
Yeah, so I really do appreciate this series of recommendations, and it's a shame that we're talking about them in the fourth quarter of the 13th meeting. Because this is one of the things that I think is fundamentally broken with transit in California, is that every individual operator optimizes for their own needs. And then whenever you encounter a situation in the state, pretty much every time where a stop is served by multiple operators, or there's some ambiguity in public messaging, it's the public that suffers. And so I'm really quite excited, bullish. I think that the potential of wayfinding coordination in particular could go a very long way. Like, and yes, it can happen, but it hasn't happened yet. Like your agency, Michael, can coordinate the munis so that they're not making things as confusing as possible. And they haven't.
Sorry, are you proposing to eliminate the munis?
No,
Okay.
no, I'm not.
So what are you proposing?
Wayfinding coordination. Every single transit agency puts up their own stick with a sign. The sign looks different. It doesn't really mean anything to anybody if you're traveling throughout the state. And so the idea of having a regional entity involved and saying, okay, ideally they take a user perspective and they say, okay, how am I going to get from A to B? Which network, which operators am I going to go on? And if I need to go through via C, do I have the information presented to me in a way that is accessible and legible for the diverse people we have in California? And for 90+% of interagency trips, and some of that 10% is in the Bay Area, the answer is no. There's going to be some area where, because of signage, public information, or coordination, somebody's trip falls through the cracks.
Could you, okay.
So there's like a huge opportunity here and it doesn't cost that much.
We need to get to some of the other comments here. So, and then we also need to get to where we're deciding how to move forward on this. So Rashidi, followed by Eli, and then Ian, and then Michael.
Rashidi Barnes, Tri-Delta Transit. The issue that I have with these recommendations, this implies that this is not already being done. And so when my staff spends countless hours, day in and day out, on wayfinding calls with MTC, Clipper Fair calls with MTC, scheduling calls with BART or County Connection or AC Transit, you're saying that we're not doing that. When I make calls to BART, say, hey, we have a sign that's going to go up, a wayfinding sign. Can your team help us put it up? And they say, yes. Are you saying that that's not happening today? And to me, what we're talking about is what's already being done. So whether or not we're going to me, we should be further investing in what the efforts that MTC is putting forth or what small agencies are doing. But to tell me that my 37-member staff that is not doing their job because we're not coordinating with LA Metro or Mendocino County, it doesn't make sense to me. We're doing a lot right now in coordination. What came out of the Blue Ribbon Task Force really has forced our hand in the Bay Area. And MTC, I got to give them credit, has done a lot to make sure that we accomplish those goals. You know, we have an R&M council where our large operators and some of our small operators meet monthly to discuss what we can do to just coordinate in every facet of our operation. From a regional perspective, just in Contra Costa County alone, we're talking about maybe doing a regional maintenance program where we're able to purchase parts from one area, and then that area now has parts for Gillig buses that we can all take from. So we are working together, we're coordinating, and yes, it did take the pandemic for us to get to that point. But it's only been 4, 5, 6 years that we were now trying to really make this work. So let's just not assume that this is not happening when it actually is happening in parts of the state.
Thank you, Rashidi. We'll go on to Eli and then Ian. I will note that the recommendation includes funding these things, which isn't currently happening at the statewide level. So that was one of the things that where these activities are happening, this recommendation did suggest funding those activities.
I think what's happening here is actually what Ian is suggesting, is that like y'all have a shining example of how to do it. I mean, I saw the sign examples when we were at the MTC meeting and I was like, wow, this is really cool. And you calling BART and saying, hey, can you help me out and put this, like, that's the shining example that I think we want to, like, this is the State Transit Transformation Task Force, right? It's not the region by region. Like, I think what Ian's vision is and what I'm seeing is a real opportunity for us to be like a state like Switzerland, like a country like Switzerland or Germany, where like we look at the state of California and we have the best fucking transit in the country. Excuse my French, sorry. And it's really integrated and it's really seamless. I think that's what this is trying to get at, is just how do we like make this more seamless and integrated and better for riders? And it's not saying like this is how we do it, presuming how we do it. It's just saying let's define this, let's put a little bit of funding towards it, and then let's start to empower more coordination throughout the state. Because I think sometimes we think of just where these lines end, region, county, whatever, our RTPO, like when riders don't think of those lines at all and just see how am I going to get to my destination, and I don't really care who's running the service or where that line ends.
Okay, we've got Ian and then Sharon Cooney.
I just wanted to, so thanks, Eli. I really appreciate those comments, and I agree. I think this is positive. This is not saying anyone's doing anything wrong. This is trying to chart a path towards around a vision that actually can help legislators come to funding. We want to get funding, and we want other things in this report that legislators also like. This is one of the things that legislators really want to see, and they talk about all the time, and riders really want to see. If we don't have a recommendation, to me, it actually reduces the likelihood that we're going to get the funding that we think. And this it requires funding. And that's why I wanted to pull out the funding recommendation specifically, because in order for these things to happen, we can't expect these things to happen necessarily with existing resources. I did want to address Michael Turner's comment, though, specifically, my proposed language for ZZ1, it really, actually, what I was trying to do is reflect that the state is very different. Like different parts of the state, there's different logical entities that ought to lead regional coordination. And I'm not assuming that there's any one right body in any part of the state, but each part of the state should go through that process and figure out what is the geography within which that transit coordination makes the most sense, and who's the best position, best positioned to do that. And it might be in LA County, it might be LA Metro coordinating the 40 agencies within LA. That could be the outcome of this particular step. In the Central Valley, it could be an existing transit AG. It could be an MPO. Maybe we, in some regions are like, we actually do need something new. And this process step, as I've written, creates that process to ask those questions. I think within the Bay Area, we've gone through that process. We did a business case on network management, and that's how we came up with our R&M council, and we're doing it at the 9-county level. So I think this is really important for the public, and I think for us to succeed as a task force, we really need to include something on this topic that is strong, and I think it will improve our likelihood of getting funding, the transformational funding, and the outcomes that we want.
Sharon.
So I think one thing that we can look at is we're not a homogeneous state. California is bigger than most of the countries we could talk about, where they have this wonderful coordination on their transit. But, really somebody said, do you want to get rid of the munis? And really that's the only way you're going to get to some homogeneity within all these kinds of things, because, mapping, for instance, and having different bus poles, signs at bus stops with different branding. Well, that's all branded because they're trying to brand the services that they offer. It was brought up that different unions. If you had everybody in the same unions, yeah, you could apply the same rules and you could have the same breaks and have the same time points and all the other things that get picky in these kind of CBAs. But we don't have that. And in lieu of that, what we'll have is a a artificial organizational structure that really doesn't have the tools to really become that kind of unified entity. Yeah, in San Diego, we only have 2 transit operators, but we have 2 brands. That was the decision of 2 separate groups of, cities and county who wanted to have a different thing for each of their cities. And, I can't fault the city of Del Mar from not wanting the city of San Diego to, dictate how the train's going to go through the middle of their city. Nor can I fault the city of San Diego from saying, I'm not going to, deal with what's happening up there in Vista. So, I mean, these are political decisions, certainly, and they're populist decisions. But as transit operators, you kind of do the best you can with the jurisdiction you're given, and you brand your services so people will recognize, oh, that is YOLO bus at the airport today and not SAC-RT.
Thank you, Laurel.
I suspect we're going to lose quorum around 4 o'clock, so I suggest we vote on things.
Would entertain a motion if we're done with discussion.
Motion to table all of these? ZZ and the 3 needs.
Second.
I will mention one thing here as if this is the motion that we end up going with here. We have these 2 areas of the SB 125 requirements will have no recommendations under them if we vote to table all of these. So, okay. We have a motion on the table. Is there any discussion?
I was going to offer a substitute motion, which is to move the recommendations ZZ 1, 2, 3, and 4 as are written on the page that that's up on the screen right now.
I'll second it.
Okay, so the first vote is on the substitute motion, which is as written by Ian on the screen. Discussion, Laurel.
On the original page.
Okay, so there's there can be.
Sorry, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I was going to make I want all options to be voted on. So I was going to put another substitute motion, which is to do ZZ1 and ZZ2 as written in the staff report.
I'll second that. Bockelman will second.
Okay, so the motion that's now on the table is the original ZZ1 and ZZ2, is that correct? And then we will take a vote on that, depending on how that goes. We would, if that doesn't pass, we'd go back to what Ian put on the table. And then if that doesn't pass, we'd go back to Sharon and her motion. So this is as many times as we can modify this. Let's go ahead and take the original strategy ZZ is what's on the table right now. 1 and 2.
Right.
And then we'll vote on that and see where we are.
We are voting on ZZ1 and ZZ2 in the staff report. It was motioned by Pageant Seekins, and it was seconded by Bockelman. Ajise is absent. Barnes.
Abstain.
Bockelman.
Yes.
Cooney.
No.
Edison.
Yes.
Chris.
Yes.
Hance.
Yes.
Lippman.
Yes.
Matute. Miller. Miller is absent. Luna.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Pageant Seekins.
Yes.
Pimentel. Powers.
No.
Swarza.
Abstain.
Tolkoff. Turner. Watkins,
Yes.
Watts is absent. White,
Abstain.
okay. Okay, for the record, Hans is changing her yes to a no. Ten yeses, motion fails.
The motion on the table now is Ian Griffith's motion. Let's take a vote on that.
Okay, this was Ian Griffith's recommendations on this sheet that are currently on the screen and also that was handed out to you. And that was a motion by Griffiths and that was seconded by Lippman. Lippman, is that correct? Eli, is that correct? Did you second that one? Okay, yeah. Lippman nods his heads yes. All right, Ajise is absent. Do you want a discussion?
Point of parliamentary procedure. Is it a majority present in voting for a motion to pass, or is it a majority of the board?
Majority of the board, which would be 13.
Bagley-Keene, that's a Bagley-Keene requirement.
All right, again, Griffith's motions on the sheet in front of you that was handed out. Ajise is absent and Barnes,
No.
Bockelman,
Yes.
Cooney,
No.
Edison,
Yes.
Griffiths,
Yes.
Hance,
No.
Lippman,
Yes.
Matute, Miller. Miller is absent. Maluna, Stain, Murphy, Paget Seekins,
Yes.
Pimentel, Stain. Is your battery out? We can replace that mic. You're good. What's that? Okay. Powers,
No.
Swarza,
Abstain.
Tolkov. Yes. Turner,
Abstain.
Watkins,
Yes.
Watts is absent. White,
Abstain.
8 yeses, motion fails.
At this point, we have no recommendations that have been motioned to move forward. We do have a motion to table what's on here. We can either not take a vote or we can, if somebody, yeah. The motion was to table both. And so far there's been, we just voted on 2 substitute motions that dealt only with ZZ. So at this point, we'll vote to table all of them, yes or no. Is there just, yeah, we need to start voting on this. Go ahead.
Okay, so the motion now is to table everything on this in this particular agenda item.
Strategy ZZ and strategy AAA.
ZZ to AAA, AA, AAA. All right. And we had Cooney make that motion. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And we had Barnes to second that motion. Barnes,
Yes.
Bockelman,
No.
Cooney,
Yes.
Edison,
No.
Griffiths,
No.
Hance,
Yes.
Lippman,
No.
Matute, Miller. Miller is absent. Moluna. Moluna is absent. Murphy. Paget Seekins.
No.
Pimentel,
Abstain.
Powers,
Yes.
Swarza,
No.
Colcoff, Turner,
Abstain.
Watkins,
No.
White,
Abstain.
4 yeses, motion fails.
Okay, so at this point, in this section of the agenda, we will, since there are no recommendations being advanced by the task force, we will reflect in our report that there has been discussion and that there was no consensus reached. And I can go ahead, we can go ahead and continue, go ahead and yeah, Laurel, go ahead.
Can I move the AAAs?
Second, Griffiths.
Sure.
Is there discussion? Do we want to take a vote?
Opportunity for a friendly amendment?
Yes, if it's entertained by Laurel, yes.
Opportunity for a friendly amendment. So with regards to AAA 2, change the language that says ensure and instead replace with and funding. So develop tools, technical assistance, and funding to help incentivize interoperability. And then relative to AAA 4, as all the other recommendations speak to opt-in capacity, and I think the intent is opt-in capacity, simply include the language, provide opt-in support for regions and agencies for service planning to support other recommendations, help facilitate interregional planning.
So that's tools on AA2, tools, technical assistance, and funding. And get rid of the first and.
And I'm sorry, I do have one further recommendation on this front on AAA 2. And that is to conclude that recommendation at the word statewide, interoperability between payment systems statewide, period. And sorry, no, the intent on my part would be just strike the remaining. Yeah.
And then let's make sure we have AA4, AAA4 correct based on your friendly amendment.
Provide opt-in support.
So provide opt-in support.
Or develop opt-in and yeah, provide opt-in support.
Laurel, do you accept those amendments? Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, we can go to a vote on this.
We're voting on AAA 1, 2, 3, and 4 with some modifications. Can you please go to AAA 1 to make sure if there's any? There are no modifications to AAA 1. AAA 2 has the following modifications: develop tools and technical assistance and funding to help incentivize interoperability between payment systems statewide. Period. AAA 3 is as written. AAA 4, develop tools and provide opt-in support for regions and agencies for service planning to support other recommendations and help facilitate interregional planning. The motion was made by Paget Seekins, seconded by Griffiths with some friendly amendments proposed by Pimentel. Barnes,
Yes.
Bockelman,
Yes.
Cooney,
Yes.
Edison, Griffiths, Hance,
Yes.
Lippman. Absent? Oh, okay, yes. Matute,
Yes.
Miller. Miller is absent. Moluna is absent. Murphy,
Yes.
Pageant Seekins,
Yes.
Pimentel,
Aye.
Powers,
Yes.
Sforza,
Abstain.
Kolkoff. Yes, Turner,
Yes.
Watkins,
Yes.
White,
Abstain.
15 yeses, motion passes.
Let's see if this works. We are nearly at 4 o'clock, or we are right at 4 o'clock. The last item on the agenda was just an overview of changes to the staff report, plus a recommendation from Kate Miller, who is not in the room. It's not mandatory that we go through this agenda item if there's not a desire from the task force to do so. And at that, if there's not desire to do that part of the agenda, we can conclude the meeting of the 13th meeting of the task force. Comments, please.
Can I ask just a quick technical question about that? When this concludes, does that mean like technically our service is over, or does our service end October 31st? At what point, like, are my emails no longer FOIAble and I can speak to all of these people at the same time? Like, at what point are we no longer under Bagley-Keene requirements?
We will get back to you on the exact, we have to talk to council about that to make sure we get you the right answer. Thank you.
But Chad, what are the next steps? I mean, I didn't even know. I wanted to ask it at the beginning of the meeting and I'm like, am I the only one that doesn't know? I'm like, what's going on here? What is?
Yes, so tranches 1, 2, and 3 have progressively contained more and more of the content of the report. We have taken votes on multiple strategies and recommendations throughout that, so everything has been voted on. We will now structure a final report to the legislature that incorporates the results of these discussions and votes into a document that we submit to them. And as we said, as we were talking with Michael Pimentel earlier, further comment from the agencies that participated is certainly something that can be submitted as well. But we're going to do our best to provide a good report that summarizes. It's due by the end of October, on October 31st. And
So the final report doesn't come back to this task force ahead of going to David and Melissa?
correct. But you have seen the vast majority of the report already in terms of a lot of the content.
I just
that's-
want to be clear, it's
yes.
not coming back.
Not coming back. We're not having an additional meeting. Alex, go ahead.
I wanted to see if I could make one more recommendation to make the new and expanded funding the priority recommendation of the set of recommendations, the ones that we set forth, because I feel like that's what this task force has talked about. So I guess I would just want to elevate that among the set of whatever we're calling them, strategies.
Okay, we're not in an agenda item where we can take that specific vote right now, but I hear the recommendation and we can look at reflecting in the report the priorities that this task force has expressed. So any further, thank you so much for everybody's participation over many months. Really appreciate it. This has been an honor to be part of this with you all. And thank you and have a great day.